What if the end of the world was not a catastrophic event, but a series of profound revelations that rewrote the very fabric of existence? In the dim glow of flickering candles, a lone figure kneels on a desolate shore, eyes transfixed on a vision that dances like fire against the encroaching darkness. This is not merely a dream. It is a divine unveiling, a glimpse of a cosmic battle between light and shadow, hope and despair. The air is thick with anticipation, vibrating with the echoes of long-forgotten prophecies. As thunder rumbles in the distance, it heralds the arrival of angels wielding trumpets, their celestial calls shaking the foundations of reality itself. 7 seals, sealed with the weight of destiny, are about to be broken, unleashing a torrent of chaos upon the earth. Each seal shatters the silence, resonating with the cries of martyrs and the whispers of beasts. What horrors await beyond that first crack, beyond the veil of human understanding? The skies bleed crimson as the first horseman rides forth, bringing conquest draped in false peace. His presence is a harbinger of a world spiraling into turmoil, where nations clash and faith is tested like never before. But that is only the beginning. Waves of darkness surge, a relentless tide that threatens to drown the faithful and the wicked alike. How do the faithful hold on to hope when the very heavens are shaken? Far beneath the chaos, a hidden battle rages, a struggle for souls, for loyalty, and for the very heart of humanity. A seductive figure cloaked in deceit whispers promises of power, luring the unwary into a snare of worship. The mark of the beast, a chilling symbol of allegiance, looms large over the unsuspecting. Will the faithful stand firm, or will they crumble under the weight of temptation? As the final trumpet sounds, the earth shudders and the seas boil. The skies are split open, revealing an unfathomable glory. An army of angels, radiant and fierce, descending to reclaim what was lost. With every heartbeat, the tension escalates, and the divine clash of good and evil draws nearer. Will the gates of heaven swing wide, or will the abyss swallow the last vestiges of light? In this epic showdown, the ultimate question emerges. What does it mean to have faith when the world is on fire? The answers lie buried within vivid imagery. Faces turned upward, eyes brimming with both terror and hope, and cryptic symbols that pulse with meaning. Each chapter unfurls like a scroll, revealing layers of mystery, beckoning those who dare to confront the unknown. As the clock ticks toward an inevitable showdown, the stage is set for revelations that could change everything. The Book of Revelation is not just a text. It is a living testament, whispering to us from the depths of history and echoing through the corridors of time. Are you prepared to witness the culmination of ages, as eternity itself hangs in the balance? The curtains are about to rise, and the story is only beginning. The air was thick with anticipation, a tension so palpable that it seemed to hum and vibrate against the worn cobblestones of the ancient streets. In the year 70 CE, Jerusalem stood at a crossroads, echoing with the cries of a city on the brink of chaos. A young boy, no more than 10, darted through the narrow alleys, his heart racing as he clutched a piece of parchment, the ink still fresh. It was a simple document, yet it held the weight of destiny, a fragile thread connecting the past and the future. Outside the city's towering walls, armies gathered like storm clouds ready to unleash their fury. The Romans, relentless and disciplined, marched with the precision of a well-oiled machine. Their armor glinted menacingly in the harsh sun, a stark contrast to the ragged, desperate defenders of the city, their faces lined with fear and determination. The boy paused for a moment, glancing back at the fortress of his ancestors, where history was written in the blood and sweat of those who fought before him. He could sense, deep in his gut, that something monumental was about to unfold. As he sprinted, he could hear the distant thunder of drums, the sound reverberating like a heartbeat through the very fabric of the city. It was a sound that had echoed through generations, a reminder of the struggles and sacrifices that had shaped their lives. Somewhere in the crowded streets, a priest recited prayers, his voice rising and falling like the tide, pleading for divine intervention. Unbeknownst to him, the prayers would soon dissolve into whispers in the wind, overshadowed by the roar of conflict that was about to engulf them all. In the shadows of the great temple, tension crackled like electricity. The priests, with their flowing robes and solemn faces, debated fiercely, their voices rising like the flames of the sacrifices they offered daily. Each word they spoke carried the weight of history, filled with the echoes of past victories and defeats, and the promises of a future that seemed more fragile with every passing moment. Their faith, once unshakable, now flickered like a candle in the wind. Hope and despair danced dangerously close, entwined in a desperate embrace. Across the city, the common people prepared for what they sensed was the final onslaught. Families huddled together in cramped homes, sharing stories of the past, their laughter tinged with a bittersweet edge. The tales of heroes and legends became both a comfort and a curse. They were reminders of an era when Jerusalem stood unyielding, a beacon of light in a world shrouded in darkness. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the shadows stretched longer, as if to embrace the uncertainty that loomed ahead. A woman stood at her door, clutching her child tightly. She looked out at the gathering storm, her heart pounding, caught between the desire to shield her loved ones and the instinct to fight. Memories of her father, who had wielded a sword in defense of the city, surged through her mind, igniting a fire within her. She closed her eyes momentarily, trying to draw strength from the spirits of those who had fought and fallen. Their sacrifices echoed in her heart, urging her to stand and resist, to be more than just a bystander in this unfolding tragedy. As night fell, the city transformed. The streets, once filled with the sounds of laughter and song, became a cacophony of fear and urgency. Torches flickered, illuminating faces drawn in anguish. People gathered in groups, their eyes wide with a mix of determination and dread. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing whispers of prophecies and visions that had been foretold long ago. The air crackled with the weight of their beliefs, a blend of old-world faith and new-world despair, each person seeking solace in the stories passed down through generations. In a dimly lit room, a scribe etched the words of a vision that had haunted him. A figure cloaked in light appeared to him night after night, speaking of revelations that would change the course of history. He wrote feverishly, the ink staining his fingers, transforming his fear into words that danced across the page. Each stroke of his quill felt like a heartbeat, echoing the urgency of his message. He sensed that this was not merely a moment in time. It was the precipice of something far greater, a revelation that would send ripples through the fabric of existence. Dawn broke, casting a pale light over the city, revealing the scars of the night's turmoil. The boy with the parchment took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his mission pressing against his small chest. He knew he carried not just words but a fragment of hope, a chance for unity in the face of despair. As he stepped onto the street, he was met with the grim reality of a world that was about to change forever. The clash of swords echoed in the distance, the sounds of battle drawing closer, drowning out the prayers and the cries. The Romans charged forward like a tidal wave, and the defenders braced themselves, a ragtag army fueled by love for their homeland. The boy felt the ground tremble beneath him, a harbinger of the storm that was about to break. Every heart in the city pounded in unison, a desperate rhythm that echoed their shared fate. In that moment, history was not just a series of events. It was alive, a living tapestry woven with the threads of human emotion. It breathed fear, hope, and despair into the air, forging bonds among the brave and igniting flames of rebellion. The boy held tightly to his parchment, his small hands trembling, yet resolute. Around him, the world was on the brink of revelation, teetering on the edge of a new chapter that would forever mark the annals of time. As the sun rose higher, casting rays of light over the chaos, he understood that the story was far from over. It was merely beginning, a cosmic dance of fate and free will intertwining, ready to unfold in ways no one could yet imagine. In the silence of the sun-drenched Isle of Patmos, the waves lapped gently against the rocky shores, whispering secrets to the winds that carried them far and wide. But deep within the caves of that isolated land, a figure sat, cloaked in shadows yet illuminated by an inner fire. It was here that the man known as John, the author of the Book of Revelation, felt the weight of both his own solitude and the universe's unfathomable truths pressing upon him. With each stroke of his quill, he poured out visions that would echo through time, wrestling with divine revelations that both terrified and exhilarated him. Who was this John? The one who dared to unravel the fabric of heaven and earth. The very mention of his name sent shivers down the spines of those who believed. Some called him the beloved disciple, a close companion to Jesus during his earthly ministry. Others dismissed him, questioning whether the same gentle soul who leaned against Christ at the Last Supper could also bear the harsh weight of prophetic visions. Yet, here he was, exiled to a barren rock, his spirit unbroken, channeling the divine through his vivid imagery of beasts and angels, of harrowing trials and ultimate triumph. The ancient scrolls spoke of his origins, hinting at a Galilean fisherman transformed by faith into a fearless messenger. In the twilight of his years, he found himself surrounded by both fear and fervor, a man burdened with a task so monumental that it could only be described as a divine mission. The early Christians, persecuted and hunted, clung to his words like a lifeline amid a storm. They saw in his writings not just warnings, but also hope, a beacon shining through the darkest of nights. But the question lingered: who truly wrote these hauntingly beautiful and terrifying visions? Scholars through the ages have debated, each arguing their point with fervor. Some insisted there could be no other than the Apostle John, while others posited the existence of a second John, perhaps a prophet or a seer, who bore the same name yet walked a different path. Each theory pulled at the threads of history, unraveling the tapestry of faith and doubt. The mystery only deepened, and with it, the urgency of understanding the man behind the words. As John penned the prophetic words, visions of the end times, of battles between good and evil, danced before his eyes. Could mere mortal words capture the magnificence and terror of the divine? Could his mind hold the weight of the symbols and signs that would baffle scholars for centuries? He felt the trembling of the earth beneath his feet, the rumble of a coming storm, and in those moments of revelation, he was not just a man. He was the voice of a generation longing for hope amid despair. Each night, as the sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, John felt the pulse of time quicken. The world around him was filled with uncertainty, a chaotic symphony of human suffering and divine intervention. Every stroke of his quill was a plea, a cry for understanding, an attempt to weave together the strands of human experience with the threads of the divine plan. His words were drenched in emotion, raw with the pain of a people yearning for salvation. The visions he recorded were not mere stories. They were lifelines thrown to those adrift in a sea of chaos. The imagery that flowed from his soul was electric, pulsating with life. He spoke of a new Jerusalem, a place where suffering ceased, where tears would be wiped away, and where the faithful would bask in the light of God's glory. Yet, within that promise lay the stark reality of judgment, a reminder that the path to redemption is fraught with trials. The symbolism of beasts rising from the sea, the harbingers of doom, was both terrifying and captivating. Each beast represented the struggles of humankind, the very essence of our fight against despair. John bared his soul upon the pages, and through him, the spirit of resilience surged forth. As the candle flickered in the damp cave, casting dancing shadows upon the walls, John was acutely aware of the eyes of the future upon him. The weight of his words pressed heavily, knowing they would either bring solace or confusion for generations to come. He was not merely recording events. He was shaping the narrative of faith itself. The lines between his reality and the divine blurred, and he became a conduit for messages that would ripple through time, igniting hearts and minds. Did he feel fear? Did doubt creep into his thoughts as he envisioned the chaos unfolding beyond his rocky prison? The wild visions of war, the annihilation of the wicked, and the glorious return of the Savior must have shaken him to his core. Yet within that tumult he found clarity, a divine purpose that transcended pain. His heart raced, fueled by a profound sense of mission, as if the very essence of the universe was whispering to him, urging him to keep going, to keep writing, to keep believing. John of Patmos, then, was more than just a name. He was a symbol of faith, a testament to the power of hope in the face of despair. The mystery of his authorship only added layers to his story, making every word he penned pulse with intrigue. His identity remained partly shrouded in shadow, an enigma that beckoned the curious and the faithful alike to seek the truth hidden within those sacred texts. The sunset on Patmos lingered, a hauntingly beautiful reminder of the passage of time and the eventual unveiling of the divine plan. As the stars began to prick the darkening canvas of the sky, John continued to write, his heart pounding with the weight of the world. His quill danced across the parchment, an extension of his spirit, capturing the light and the darkness in a single stroke. His legacy loomed before him, an unending cycle of revelation and reflection, beckoning all who would come after him to witness the profound beauty and terror of faith. In that moment, surrounded by the echoes of the divine, John wrote not just for himself, but for every soul that would seek understanding in the centuries to come. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit chamber, whispers of hope and despair echoed off ancient stone walls. This was a place where the air pulsed with significance, saturated with the weight of divine messages sent to 7 distinct communities. Each church was a flickering flame, some strong and bright, others barely smoldering. The letters from an unseen hand, rich with emotion and urgency, delivered a profound urgency that resonated through the ages, reverberating still in the hearts of those who dared to listen. Ephesus stood proud, a bustling city known for its grand temple dedicated to Artemis. But beneath its magnificent surface lay a heart that had begun to turn cold. The words spoken to this church were sharp, compelling. You have abandoned your first love. A sense of longing clung to every syllable, a haunting reminder of the passion that had once ignited their faith. It was an invitation to return, to rekindle the flame of devotion that had dimmed in the face of routine, apathy, and the relentless pace of life. The people could almost feel the warmth of that love beckoning them back, urging them to remember the joy of their first fervent encounters. Then there was Smyrna, a city forged in fire and persecution. The air here crackled with tension. The faint sounds of distant cries narrated the trials faced by its believers. They were told not to fear the suffering that lay ahead. Be faithful even to the point of death, the message breathed, a declaration of strength that sent shivers down spines. The promise of a crown of life awaited those who endured the flames of tribulation. It was as if the voice wrapped around them like a comforting blanket, reminding them of the beauty found in resilience, a reminder that even in the depth of despair, hope could rise anew. Moving on, the church in Pergamum stood against the backdrop of a city crowned with temples and altars, a battleground between faith and culture. Here, the message was both an admonition and a call to arms. You hold fast my name, the voice said, praising their unwavering faith despite the shadow of the sword of the Roman Empire. Yet, a tension hung in the air, as the echoes of compromise loomed large. Their struggle was palpable. Should they blend in with the culture around them or stand firm in their beliefs? The guidance was clear. They must cling to truth, even when the world around them dulled their conviction. The gravity of this decision weighed heavily on their hearts, a crossroads between safety and authenticity. Thyatira, a city of trade and guilds, brought forth its own unique challenges. In the marketplace, the air thick with the scent of spices and wares, the church wrestled with the seductive pull of false teachings. The voice spoke of love and service but warned of a woman named Jezebel, whose whispers led many astray. There was a palpable anxiety among the faithful. How easy it was to be led off course, to lose sight of the truth in the chaos of everyday life. The message warned of consequences, but it also softened into grace, promising that those who resisted would be rewarded. It was a stark reminder that the battle against inner demons was as fierce as any external threat. Sardis, a city that once thrived, now lay in a somnolent stupor. The message to this church was laced with urgency. Wake up! The words struck like a clock ticking ominously in the background, reminding them of their own complacency. They were a people who appeared alive, yet were spiritually dead, their vitality buried under layers of routine and neglect. The challenge was stark and undeniable. Would they shake off the dust of indifference and reclaim their passion? The urgency in the message demanded action, igniting a flicker of hope that perhaps they could rise again, a phoenix from the ashes. In Philadelphia, a city small yet resilient, the faithful were met with a promise, a door wide open that no one could shut. Here, the message was a balm to their wounds, an assurance that their perseverance in the face of adversity was noted. They were told that they would be protected from the hour of trial coming upon the world. It painted a picture of divine favor, a sweet reminder that even the smallest among them had a place in the tapestry of his grand design. The thrill of possibility danced in their hearts, igniting a spirit of unity amid uncertainties. Finally, Laodicea, a wealthy city filled with self-sufficiency, faced the harshest truth. The voice pierced through their complacency with a stark proclamation. "Because you are lukewarm, I will spit you out of my mouth." The chilling imagery cut deep, a wake-up call to a people who had grown too comfortable in their prosperity. They thought they needed nothing, yet were blind to their own poverty of spirit. The message turned into an appeal, urging them to seek true riches and to open the door to a relationship that had grown cold. The emotions swirled in their hearts, a mixture of shame and longing, igniting a desperate need for reconnection. Each church, each message, intertwined like a tapestry, revealing the complexities of faith, struggle, and the enduring call to love and truth. The air was thick with anticipation, each word a pulse that quickened the heartbeat of a community longing to align itself with a greater purpose. The messages carried not just warnings but whispers of hope, a chance for renewal, a chance to rise from the ashes of complacency. As the weight of these revelations settled, the flickering candlelight seemed to dance with a newfound brightness. The stories of the seven churches were not confined to the pages of history but resonated in the souls of many, echoing through the corridors of time. With hearts racing and spirits lifted, the faithful felt a stirring within, a call to action, a reminder that the journey of faith was not a solitary path but a collective march towards something greater, something divine. The tension between faith and culture, between love and indifference, hung in the air, poised on the brink of transformation, eager to flow into the next chapter of their story, where the echoes of these messages would continue to unfold. A figure stood amidst a breathtaking expanse of radiant light, the brilliance so intense that it felt as if the very air shimmered with divine energy. The landscape surrounding this figure was ethereal, a fusion of colors and shapes that transcended earthly beauty. In this moment, time itself seemed to pause as the glorified Son of Man revealed a presence that commanded awe and reverence. His eyes, ablaze with an intensity that pierced through the soul, reflected the weight of his eternal wisdom, drawing those who beheld him closer to an understanding beyond mere mortal comprehension. This was not just a vision. It was a profound revelation of hope and glory. The Son of Man, once humble and walking among the ordinary, now stood transfigured, resplendent. His garments shone with a brightness that no earthly tailor could weave, dazzling white, as if they had been washed in the very light of the heavens. Each thread seemed to pulse with the promise of redemption, the embodiment of a love that transcended time and space. As the figure turned, the heavens responded, the skies swirling with colors that evoked both wonder and fear. The thundering clouds danced around him, heralding his majesty. The air vibrated with an electric anticipation, as if the universe held its breath in recognition of the divine. Those who witnessed this sight felt a deep stirring within their hearts, a yearning that pulled them towards the light, compelling them to seek the truth in its brilliant embrace. In the distance, shadows flickered, remnants of doubt and despair that once loomed large in the hearts of men. The Son of Man, with his outstretched arms, beckoned them forward, inviting all who struggled to step into the light. His presence was magnetic, a beacon drawing souls from the darkness, reminding them of the grace that was always within reach. Each person felt as if he looked directly into their soul, understanding their fears, their burdens, and their deepest longings. The echoes of history resounded in that moment. Generations had awaited this revelation. The prophets of old spoke of his coming, their voices reverberating throughout the ages, weaving a tapestry of prophecy that spanned centuries. From the whispers in the desert of Sinai to the heart of Jerusalem, the anticipation had been built on faith, on promises made and promises kept. Each prophecy was a thread, now beautifully interwoven into the fabric of a grand narrative that found its culmination in this magnificent vision. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and with it came a sense of urgency. The glorified Son of Man stood on the brink of eternity, surrounded by celestial beings whose very forms radiated joy. They sang a hymn of praise that reverberated through the cosmos, a melody so pure that it resonated within the hearts of all who heard it. It was a sound that spoke of victory, of a love so profound that it conquered death itself. In this moment, the weight of the world seemed to lift, and tears filled the eyes of those who beheld the glory, tears of longing and joy intermingled. As the song reached its crescendo, the figure of the Son of Man began to transform again, revealing not just the light, but the scars etched from sacrifice, reminders of the price paid for grace. They told stories of love that transcended the grave, of a heart that bore the weight of humanity's sins, and the victory that emerged from despair. Each mark was a testament to hope, a powerful reminder that even in the darkest moments, love remains undefeated. And then came a voice, resonating like thunder, yet gentle enough to caress the heart. "Behold, I make all things new." Each word struck like a hammer, forging new paths in the souls of those present. This was not just an announcement. It was an invitation to transformation, a call to rise from the ashes of despair into the light of new beginnings. As the echoes of the voice faded, an overwhelming sense of peace enveloped the scene, wrapping around those who listened like a warm embrace. With every heartbeat, the vision deepened, revealing more layers of beauty and truth. The glorified Son of Man, now fully radiant, gestured towards an unseen horizon, a glimpse of what lay ahead. It was a promise fulfilled, a kingdom where tears would be wiped away, where sorrow and pain would be distant memories. The very thought sent ripples of emotion through the gathered souls, igniting a flicker of hope that burned brightly against the backdrop of their struggles. In that moment, hearts swelled with anticipation, an unquenchable thirst for the promise of what was to come. The air was thick with emotion, each breath a reminder of the fragility of existence and the strength found in faith. The vision was not merely a sight. It became a feeling, a deep, unshakable conviction that something extraordinary awaited them. Yet, just as the vision seemed to take hold, shadows loomed again, whispering doubts that echoed in the corners of the mind. Was it truly possible? Could this glorified Son of Man bring about such change? The questions hung in the air, threatening to choke the hope that had blossomed. But the figure, with eyes that simply glimmered with love, smiled knowingly. The shadows began to recede, replaced by the warmth of his presence. "Fear not," he seemed to say, "for I am with you always." The promise, simple yet profound, resonated in the hearts of many, shattering the chains of doubt that sought to bind them. With that, the vision shifted once more, spiraling into a series of breathtaking images. Scenes of healing, of unity, of lives transformed. Each tableau painted a picture of what could be, igniting a fire within the souls of those who dared to dream of a better tomorrow. In this divine moment, the glorified Son of Man stood as both the promise and the fulfillment, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, dawn would always break, ushering in a new day filled with hope and possibility. And just as the vision reached its peak, a gust of wind swept through the scene, carrying with it the soft whispers of countless souls yearning for freedom. They reached out, craving the light, and in their desperation, the vision began to fade. But even as the brightness dimmed, the eyes of the glorified Son of Man remained locked onto theirs, the promise of his presence lingering like a sweet fragrance, an eternal invitation to step forward into the light that shone brighter than the sun. The scene was not an ending. It was a transition, a doorway to another realm where hope awaited, a realm where the spirit of the glorified Son of Man would continue to inspire and transform, beckoning all to follow the light. The air shimmered with an ethereal glow, a light so radiant it washed over everything, illuminating faces of countless beings gathered in reverence. Their hearts pulsed in unison, an ocean of worship rising like a mighty wave, crashing against the shores of eternity. This was the throne room, where time stood still and every moment stretched into forever. As the first notes of a celestial hymn filled the air, the atmosphere crackled with an energy that seemed to vibrate through every soul present. Angels, their wings glistening like diamonds, filled the vast expanse, their voices blending into a symphony that transcended earthly melodies. Each note carried a weight of historical significance, echoing the praises sung since the dawn of creation. From the depths of ancient texts to the whispers of prophets, this moment had been anticipated, an apex of devotion that connected past, present, and future. At the center stood the throne, magnificent and awe-inspiring, encircled by a brilliance that left onlookers breathless. It was not merely a seat but a symbol of majesty, authority, and grace. The one who occupied it was shrouded in unfathomable light, a presence that both comforted and instilled a profound sense of reverence. Those who gazed upon the throne felt a pull, an irresistible urge to bow low, as if gravity itself had doubled in strength, anchoring them to the ground. Every corner of the room pulsed with energy, each flicker of light signifying a divine truth, a revelation waiting to be embraced. The elders, draped in garments of pure white, surrounded the throne, their faces etched with wisdom accumulated over eons. They held in their hands golden crowns, jewels glistening with the memories of countless victories and sacrifices. Each crown represented a life lived in faith, a story woven into the fabric of heaven's tapestry, a reminder that worship was not just an act but a way of being. The chorus swelled, becoming a tidal wave of sound, as the beings of light poured their hearts out in praise. Holy, 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 they sang, voices rising as one, reverberating through the walls of the throne room. The phrase, simple yet profound, echoed in the depths of the cosmos. It was a declaration of truth, a mantra that had been spoken through the ages. As it filled the air, it ignited an inferno of emotion within each listener, stirring the very essence of their being. Tears streamed down faces, both celestial and otherwise, as the overwhelming sense of belonging enveloped everyone present. It was as if they were reminded of their true purpose, their ultimate destination. In that sacred space, there was no division, only unity, a shared heartbeat that transcended existence itself. The worshippers felt the weight of eternity, reminding them that in this moment, they were part of something so much greater than themselves, woven into the divine narrative of love and grace. And yet, amidst the beauty, a shiver of anticipation lingered in the air. The elders exchanged knowing glances, their eyes flickering with secrets only they understood. The atmosphere thickened as the music shifted, the harmonious chords giving way to a new rhythm, one that suggested something profound was about to unfold. A hush fell over the assembly, a heavy silence that seemed to stretch infinitely, filled with tension that was almost tangible. Then, a voice broke through, rich and powerful, reverberating like thunder. It was not a voice of judgment but one of compassion, resonating with the weight of a million lifetimes. Come forth, it called, and like a magnet, every being felt drawn toward the throne. Each step taken felt monumental, as if the ground beneath them was a sacred pathway leading to divine purpose. One by one, they approached, hearts racing with both fear and joy. Spirits who had once walked the earth now stood before their Creator, the culmination of their journeys laid bare. Each life, a testament to faith, trials, and triumphs. The air swirled around them, charged with emotion, as they were enveloped in a warmth that spoke of homecoming. As the last worshipper stepped forward, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The throne began to radiate an even brighter light, cascading down like waterfalls of brilliance. The moment held its breath. Anticipation reached its peak. What lay beyond this sacred act of worship? What revelations awaited those who dared to step closer? Heaven quaked with the collective realization that a new chapter was being written, a chapter that would echo through eternity. In that very moment, the essence of love and grace enveloped all, forging an unbreakable bond between heaven and earth, a connection that would resonate across time. And as the final notes of praise filled the air, the throne room became a portal of transformation. Each worshiper felt the embrace of divine love, a current that surged through them, igniting flames of purpose and passion. The past, in all its glory and heartbreak, danced alongside the present, crafting an intricate tapestry of hope that would stretch into the future. The worshippers stood poised, hearts aflame with anticipation, ready to embrace whatever was to come. The throne room, a sanctuary of divine presence, became a place where worship birthed transformation, where every note sung and every tear shed was a step deeper into the infinite love of the Creator. As the tapestry of eternity unraveled before their eyes, they understood. This was just the beginning. The atmosphere thickened again, charged with a promise waiting to be unveiled, and the worshippers felt the thrill of the unknown beckoning them closer. What awaited them beyond this sacred moment? The answer loomed, like a shimmering horizon just waiting to be reached, whispering that the journey was far from over, but only beginning, fueled by the power of worship and a bond that could never be broken. In a dim chamber filled with an anticipatory hush, the air crackled with tension, and all eyes were drawn to a single object, a scroll sealed with 7 impenetrable seals. The atmosphere was thick, pregnant with possibility, as if the very walls held their breath, knowing that the fate of the world balanced precariously upon this ancient artifact. In that moment, the weight of history and prophecy converged, wrapping around the onlookers like a shroud. This scroll represented not only knowledge but the ultimate truth, one that bore the unyielding weight of humanity's past, present, and future. It was said that within its folds lay the secrets to existence, the answers to every question that had ever echoed through the hearts of humankind. The scroll was a vessel of divine will, capable of shaping destinies and awakening the souls of the weary. As the crowd leaned in closer, their hearts pounded in collective rhythm, a haunting reminder of the desperation that clung to their lives. The scroll, with its intricate designs and ancient script, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if it were a living entity yearning to be unveiled. Whispers of hope and despair flitted through the air like restless spirits, igniting the imagination as the audience contemplated what lay beyond the seals. A figure stepped forward, a man cloaked in humility yet radiating a quiet strength. With a steady hand, he reached toward the scroll. The tension reached a peak, and gasps escaped from the lips of those gathered. It was the Lamb, the embodiment of purity and sacrifice, the one who would unlock the scroll's secrets. His presence cast a warm glow that eclipsed the shadows, yet a profound sorrow lingered in his eyes. He understood the gravity of the moment, the burden of what was to come. With each seal that he broke, the world seemed to tremble. The first seal shattered the silence, revealing a vision of conquest and power, a rider on a white horse poised to conquer. It stirred something primal within the hearts of those who watched, igniting fears of tyranny and oppression. The realization hit hard. The scroll was not merely a promise of salvation, but also a harbinger of chaos. The second seal unleashed a blood-red horse, symbolizing strife and conflict, and with it came the chilling awareness that peace is often but a fragile illusion. The crowd gasped again, uncertainty flooding their minds. Was this the path humanity was destined to walk? The vision of a world embroiled in war echoed in their hearts, each beat a reminder of the darkness that can infiltrate even the purest of intentions. As the third seal was broken, a figure representing famine emerged, and the air turned thick with despair. The image was visceral, a scale held in one hand, weighing the grain, the very essence of life itself. The onlookers felt the pangs of hunger deep within, a visceral reminder of their own struggles against scarcity. In that moment, they were connected not only to one another but to every soul who had ever faced the ravages of hunger throughout history. The scroll was revealing not just predictions, but the painful truths of existence. When the fourth seal was opened, the color drained from the faces of the onlookers, as they beheld the pale horse, its rider named Death. A shiver ran down spines, the collective acknowledgement of mortality casting a heavy shadow over the room. The faces of loved ones lost flashed through their minds, the memories etched in their hearts like scars. The scroll was unveiling the reality of life, a cycle of birth and death, joy and sorrow, hope and despair. As the fifth seal cracked open, the scene shifted dramatically. A multitude of souls, those who had suffered for their faith, cried out for justice. Their voices rose like a haunting melody, echoing through the ages, resonating with the stories of countless martyrs, whose sacrifices had paved the way for truth. The air thickened with emotion. The weight of their anguish was palpable. They had lived and died for a cause, and now they demanded recognition. The scroll bore witness to their pain and perseverance, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. Finally, the sixth seal unleashed cosmic upheaval. The sun turned black, the moon became like blood, and stars fell from the sky like withered leaves. The sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a reminder of the fragility of the natural order. The very elements seemed to respond to the unfolding events, as though the heavens themselves were in turmoil. A sense of urgency washed over the assembly. This was the moment when everything could change. The scroll was a catalyst for transformation, its revelations shaking the foundations of everything they understood about life and existence. With each revelation, the atmosphere grew heavier, yet there was an undeniable thread of hope woven through the fabric of despair. The Lamb stood resolute, radiating an aura of love that pierced through the gloom. In his eyes, there was a promise that amidst chaos, redemption awaited. His presence was a stark reminder that while the scroll unveiled suffering and darkness, it also illuminated the path toward salvation. But as the audience lingered on the precipice of this revelation, an unanswered question hung in the air. What would happen when the final seal was broken? Would it bring forth unimaginable devastation or the dawn of a new hope? The tension was unbearable, the anticipation a living entity that wrapped itself around the onlookers, drawing them deeper into the unfolding story. The room held its breath, the scroll poised on the brink of revealing its ultimate truth. As the crowd waited, the atmosphere trembled with energy, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of those gathered. The Lamb stood still, his purpose forged in the fires of sacrifice, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. And in that moment, just before the final secret was to be unveiled, the world outside remained oblivious, unaware of the monumental shift that was about to occur. All eyes remained fixed on the scroll, the heart of humanity's hopes and fears, knowing that this was just the beginning. The air hummed with anticipation, the echoes of prophecy waiting to unfold, as the next chapter loomed just beyond the horizon, promising to intertwine the fates of the heavens and the earth. Dark clouds gathered over a world that had long forgotten the whispers of the ancients. The air crackled with an electricity that sent shivers down spines, as if the very heavens held their breath, waiting. It was the moment when the seals were about to be broken, and with each crack, the weight of centuries hung heavy in the air, filled with an unshakable tension that rippled through the land. The first seal shattered with a thunderous roar, and an almost palpable silence followed. From the darkness emerged a figure on a white horse, crowned with a golden wreath, bow in hand, bringing with him the promise of conquest. The world was unprepared for this harbinger of change, a rider so filled with ambition that he would sweep through nations like a tempest, leaving only chaos in his wake. The thrill of fear intertwined with curiosity. Who would stand against him? Would anyone dare? As the shadows deepened, the second seal cracked open. A fiery red hue blazed across the sky, and the rider on the crimson horse surged forth, wielding a great sword. He embodied the very essence of conflict, a relentless force that would tear friendships and families apart. Nations held their breath, knowing that war was upon them. The cries of the innocent mingled with the roar of battle, echoing through valleys and hills. Walls would crumble, and yet, amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope remained. Could the bonds of humanity withstand such fury? The breaking of the third seal brought a haunting stillness. A black horse appeared, its rider holding a pair of scales, a symbol of famine and scarcity. The world felt an ache in its belly, a gnawing realization that even the most bountiful lands could become barren. People, once united in abundance, were now reduced to desperate measures, weighing their choices carefully as food became a luxury. The rich and poor alike felt the grip of hunger, and whispers turned to panicked cries. How long could they survive in this new order? The scales tipped, and the balance of life shifted ominously. With the fourth seal's shattering came a pale horse, ridden by a figure whose very presence seemed to drain the color from the world. Death itself rode forth, followed closely by Hades, a chilling reminder of mortality that hung like a fog. The specter of disease loomed, creeping into homes and claiming lives without mercy. Grief seeped into every corner, leaving families reeling from loss and despair. In this dark hour, hope flickered like a candle in the wind. Would anyone rise to defy the grip of death, or would they all succumb to its cold embrace? The fifth seal opened a window into the souls of those who had suffered, a glimpse at the martyrs whose blood cried out from the ground. They stood before the altar, their voices rising in a haunting chorus, pleading for justice. Each tear shed was a testament to their struggle, their anguish etched across the heavens. The echoes of their sacrifice reverberated through time, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the spirit of resilience could inspire courage. Would their cries be heard? Would there be justice for those who had suffered at the hands of the oppressor? The sixth seal unleashed a cosmic upheaval. The sun turned black as sackcloth, and the moon became as blood, an apocalyptic scene that sent tremors through the hearts of the living. Stars fell from the sky, and the mountains trembled, collapsing under the weight of this celestial fury. The earth shook violently, and those who had once ruled with arrogance found themselves trembling in fear. They hid in caves, desperate to escape the wrath of the unfolding judgments. Had they been so blind to the consequences of their actions? As nature itself rebelled, humanity was left to reckon with its choices. Would they rise from the ashes of their arrogance, or would they continue to bury their heads in the sand? With the breaking of the seventh seal, a profound silence fell across the heavens, an eerie calm before an impending storm. The silence was deafening, holding within it the weight of anticipation. 7 angels stood ready, each holding a trumpet, poised to unleash the next wave of divine judgment. The very fabric of reality seemed to tremble, a prelude to the chaos that would soon ensue. With bated breath, the world awaited the sound of the trumpets, knowing that each note would herald another chapter of trials and tribulations. The first trumpet blared, and hail and fire mixed with blood rained down upon the earth, turning landscapes into desolation. The second trumpet echoed, and a great mountain burning with fire was thrown into the sea, transforming waters into bitter chaos. The third trumpet sounded, and a star fell from the heavens, poisoning waters and bringing forth death. Each blast was a reminder of the fragility of life, a reckoning that could not be ignored. The angels with the trumpets continued, each note a harbinger of woe, each sound reverberating through the very souls of humanity. Fear and awe collided in the hearts of those who witnessed these judgments unfold, for they were not merely passive spectators. They were participants in a cosmic drama that was far beyond their comprehension. Would they awaken from their slumber, or would they remain ensnared in their ignorance? As the final trumpet sounded, the veil between heaven and earth shimmered, and the air buzzed with anticipation. The stage was set for a confrontation of epic proportions, a clash that would determine the fate of all. Would humanity rise to meet the challenges of their making, or would they fall into despair, crushed under the weight of what was to come? The unfolding judgments had begun, and there was no turning back. Each seal broken, each judgment unleashed, was a step closer to a resolution that would echo through eternity, leaving no heart untouched, no soul unscathed. The world held its breath, waiting, for the story was far from over. The echoes of the past merged with the present, and in that moment, history and destiny intertwined, drawing all towards the inevitable reckoning that awaited just beyond the horizon. In a world painted with the brushstrokes of chaos and despair, the sky darkened as the hooves of 4 mighty steeds thundered across the land. Each sound reverberated like the heartbeat of the earth itself, a harbinger of what was to come. The 4 horsemen were not mere figures of myth. They were the embodiment of humanity's greatest fears and struggles, riding forth to remind the world of their undeniable presence. The first of the riders emerged, a figure cloaked in shimmering white, his bow raised high as if to conquer the very heavens. This was conquest, the relentless pursuit for power and dominance. As he rode, empires crumbled before him, their leaders blinded by ambition and greed. From the ancient Persian Empire to the Roman legions marching across Europe, history told of kings who sought glory, only to find ruin. The whispers of the past echoed in the minds of those who witnessed his approach. A chill ran down their spines as they remembered the great Alexander, his dreams of a vast empire turning into a bloody trail of ambition. What is a kingdom if not a collection of fleeting dreams? Yet, as conquest surged forward, the second rider followed closely behind, cloaked in an ominous red. War, a fierce warrior, wielded a sword stained with the blood of countless battles. The air thickened with the acrid scent of smoke and death as he unleashed the horrors of conflict. Cities were razed to the ground, and families torn asunder. The echoes of cannon fire and the cries of the fallen filled the ears of those who dared to witness his path. The trenches of World War I, a gaping maw of despair, served as a chilling testament to his might, reminding the world of a time when humanity turned on itself, engulfed in a frenzy of violence and loss. The rider's very presence stirred a mix of fear and anger, a reminder that peace is but a fleeting whisper in the tempest of existence. Famine followed closely, a shadowy figure draped in tattered black, his skeletal frame a haunting reminder of the suffering that grips the earth when the harvest fails. His arrival was often heralded by parched fields and the cries of starving children. Those who lived through the Great Famine in Ireland remembered well the hollow eyes that stared into the abyss of hunger, a darkness that consumed hope itself. The specter of famine loomed over villages, shattering dreams with every empty stomach. The anguish of parents forced to watch their children suffer haunted the corridors of history, each tale a piercing reminder of vulnerability and desperation that lay just beneath the surface of civilization. Yet what is an existence filled with conquest, war, and famine without the finality of death? The last rider was a figure of quiet dread, cloaked in a shroud of pale gray, riding a horse as black as night. Wherever he trod, silence followed, an eerie calm settling over the land like a thick fog. Death arrived without prejudice, claiming kings and beggars alike, leaving behind only the remnants of lives once full of promise and laughter. The plagues that swept through Europe, wiping out entire populations, served as testament to his unstoppable reign. The Black Death of the 14th century moved like a shadow across the land, a grim reaper that harvested souls without mercy. Each tolling bell echoed through cities, a chilling reminder of the fragility of life. Those who feared his coming found little solace, for in the face of death, all stood equal. As the four horsemen journeyed together across the landscape, they left behind a world trembling at their approach. Each step resonated with the heartbeat of humanity, a symphony of despair that wove through the ages, connecting the past with the present. The great civilizations that had risen and fallen bore witness to their power, leaving behind stories etched in the annals of history. The ancients spoke of them, their legends whispered around campfires, each tale both a warning and a lament for what might come. The Egyptians built tombs, the Greeks created myths, and the Romans constructed monuments, all in an effort to escape their inevitable fate. Yet, with each stone laid and each story told, humanity could not escape the grip of the horsemen. They were woven into the very fabric of existence, reminders of the darkness that always loomed just beyond the horizon. But there was another layer to this tapestry of terror. As these riders galloped across the land, they did not merely bring destruction. They also sparked resilience. Communities banded together in the face of famine. Warriors rose to challenge the tyrants who sought to conquer, and hearts united to create bonds stronger than the sword. In every struggle, there lay the seeds of hope, pushing humanity to strive for a brighter tomorrow even as the horsemen rode forth. The stories of those who stood against the tide of conquest, war, famine, and death were woven into the chronicles of time. Heroes emerged from the rubble, their courage a beacon against the darkness. The spirit of defiance burned brightly even in the bleakest of times, reminding the world that, while the horsemen rode, humanity had the power to endure. And so, as the hoofbeats faded into the distance, the air crackled with tension, a promise of more to come. The echoes of the past intertwined with the present, stirring within the hearts of those who remained. Would they stand tall against the oncoming storm? Would they find the strength to rise, even when faced with the four horsemen? In this world filled with shadows and light, the story was far from over. It was merely a new chapter waiting to unfold, as the cycle of existence churned on, relentless and unyielding. The moon hung low, casting an ethereal glow over the desolate landscape, where shadows whispered secrets of the past. In the stillness of the night, a chill ran through the air, as if the very earth held its breath, waiting for something to erupt from the silence. Beneath the distant stars, a haunting remembrance stirred. The souls of countless martyrs waited, not in peace, but in a fervent cry for justice. Their voices, trapped beneath an altar, echoed through the ages, demanding acknowledgement from a world that often turned a blind eye. These were not mere tales from a dusty scroll. They were the stories of men and women who had faced the most harrowing trials for their beliefs. Every night, their spirits rose, vibrant with the pain of their sacrifices. With eyes wide open in the realm beyond, they gazed out upon a world still gripped by injustice. Each martyr bore a name, a story, a struggle. They were not forgotten, and their cries for justice resonated like thunder in the hearts of the living. As dawn approached, a somber energy enveloped the land, drawing attention to the altar where the martyrs lay. This altar, carved from ancient stone, was a silent witness to their suffering. It stood tall amidst the chaos of humanity, promising a day of reckoning. Each scratch and etching upon it told tales of persecution, of searching for truth in a world tainted by lies, of hope flickering in the darkness like the last flame of a candle. In that moment, a voice broke through the silence like a crack of lightning. "How long, O Lord?" it cried, raw and filled with desperation. The weight of the question hung heavy in the air, a plea that reverberated through time. The martyrs, their spirits entwined with the voice of the living, stirred restlessly beneath the altar. Their blood had watered the very ground on which they stood, and their stories demanded to be told. A vivid recollection of one martyr rose to the surface, an image of a woman, her face glowing with defiance. She had stood tall against an empire that sought to snuff out the light of her faith. Her name was etched in the hearts of those who witnessed her bravery. She had faced her accusers, the flames licking at her feet, and yet she remained unyielding, her resolve a beacon for others. In that moment of agony, she had not begged for mercy. She had called for justice, not only for herself but for all those who had suffered in silence. As her spirit surged within the altar, a chorus of voices joined hers, each one a testament to the struggle against tyranny. There was a man, once a scholar, whose thirst for knowledge had cost him his life. His pen, once a tool for enlightenment, had become a weapon of dissent. He had poured his soul into words that challenged the status quo, and for that he met a brutal end. Yet, in death, he found a voice, resonating through the centuries, urging the living to wield their pens with courage. The altar trembled, the weight of their collective sorrow palpable in the air. Their longing for justice was not a fleeting wish. It was a fire that burned fiercely, refusing to be extinguished. They were not asking for vengeance but for acknowledgement, for their stories to be woven into the fabric of history. Every name added to that altar represented a life, a sacrifice, a yearning for a world where justice could flourish. With each passing moment, the atmosphere grew electric, charged with anticipation. There, beneath the luminous moon, the martyrs whispered their truths to anyone willing to listen. The living moved through the city, unaware of the weighty legacy that pressed down on them. They hurried about their lives, consumed by mundane worries, oblivious to the cries for justice that echoed just beneath the surface of their reality. But the martyrs would not remain silent. They stirred the hearts of those willing to pause, to reflect on the injustices that still plagued their world. Each martyr's story sparked a flame of passion in the souls of the living, igniting movements that demanded change. A gathering formed in the town square, torchlights flickering like stars against the backdrop of a darkening sky. Voices rose in unison, chanting for justice, invoking the spirits of those who had come before. As the chant grew louder, the martyrs felt the energy surge through the air. They could almost taste the hope, the visceral yearning for a world where their sacrifices would not be in vain. The pain of their past transformed into a powerful cry that pressed against the hearts of the gathered crowd, uniting them in a bond forged from shared struggle. The air was thick with emotion, anger, sorrow, but most importantly, an unyielding desire for justice. The night pulsed with life, a reminder that the martyrs were not simply relics of a bygone era, but vibrant spirits forever intertwined with the fight for justice. They pressed against the altar, their voices blending seamlessly with those of the living, a harmonious roar that shook the foundations of indifference. The altar, once a silent witness, became a beacon of hope, radiating the strength and resilience of those who had fought for what was right. As the moon reached its zenith, the air thickened with anticipation. The martyrs watched from their sanctuary, their hearts swelling with pride at the sight of the living carrying the torch forward. Their stories, once buried and forgotten, were rising like a phoenix from the ashes, demanding to be heard. They knew their call for justice would not be silenced. It would echo throughout time, an unrelenting reminder of the price of truth. The chant crescendoed, a powerful wave of energy that rippled through the crowd, igniting a fierce determination. The martyrs under the altar surged with life, their spirits intertwined with those who marched for change. Their cries filled the night, a relentless force that demanded justice for the oppressed and the forgotten. Beneath the altar, their voices mingled with the living, rising to the heavens, where they would be heard, not just as whispers of the past, but as a resounding call for an end to injustice. And so, the night continued, a bridge between the echoes of the past and the promises of the future. The martyrs remained vigilant, their spirits entwined with every beat of the living heart, reminding humanity of the power of their voices and the unyielding quest for justice that could never be extinguished. With every heartbeat, they echoed, "How long, O Lord?" A haunting question that would not fade until justice was finally served. The sky turned an ominous shade of crimson, deepening into a darkness that felt alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of every soul below. It was a moment when time itself seemed to hold its breath, and the earth trembled beneath a weight too heavy to bear. People looked up, eyes wide with fear and wonder, as if the heavens were speaking in a language they had long forgotten. Whispers of doom fluttered through the air like restless ghosts, filling the streets with an electric tension that made hearts race and palms sweat. As the sun began to dim, a chilling wind swept through the city, carrying with it the scent of ash and something else, something ancient and foreboding. For centuries, tales of cosmic disturbances had echoed through civilizations, each story woven with the threads of dread and anticipation. But now, as the sixth seal was about to be broken, those stories felt like prophecies come to life. From the depths of the earth, seismic rumbles rolled like the growl of a sleeping beast awakening from slumber. Ancient texts foretold this moment. The book of Revelation had warned of signs in the heavens and on the earth, a symphony of chaos that would herald the end of days. The first tremors of fear rippled through the crowds, igniting a primal instinct to flee, to escape the impending storm. But where could they go? The very ground beneath them seemed to call for them to stay. In a small village, nestled between rolling hills and sprawling fields, an old woman sat on her porch, her gnarled hands clutching a well-worn Bible. Her eyes, clouded with age, sparkled with a knowing that sent shivers down the spines of those who approached her. "The seals are being broken," she murmured, her voice a shaky whisper that carried a weight of desperation. "The stars will fall like leaves in autumn. The sun will be darkened, and the moon will turn blood red. It is time." Her words echoed in the ears of the villagers as if they had been etched in stone. The air thickened with apprehension, and families huddled together, seeking comfort in one another as they gazed upward, their hearts pounding in tandem with the thunderous roars from the sky. The clouds churned and twisted, forming shapes that twisted their minds. A dragon, a lion, shadows of the past and visions of the future, all dancing on the canvas of the heavens. In the distance, a young boy, no more than 10 years old, stood transfixed. He had always been fascinated by the stars, his eyes sparkling with dreams of exploration and adventure. But tonight, the stars were hidden, swallowed by the tumultuous sky. He felt a knot tighten in his stomach, a mix of fear and awe. Is this the end? He wondered, his small voice barely a whisper as he clutched a fraying star map, a relic of his childhood hopes. As if in answer, a deafening crack split the air, drawing gasps from the crowd. Lightning danced across the sky, jagged and bright, illuminating the faces of the bewildered townsfolk. Each flash seemed to carry a warning, a cry from the cosmos. The heavens were angry, and there was no escaping the reckoning that loomed above. In the ancient city of Jerusalem, a scholar pored over sacred texts, seeking understanding in the chaos that unfolded. He had spent his life studying prophecies, but nothing could prepare him for the reality of witnessing the sixth seal. With trembling hands, he turned the pages, searching for clarity, but the words seemed to blur before his eyes. Each tremor of the earth mirrored the turmoil in his soul. Could this be it? He mused, recalling the tales passed down through generations. The final chapter? Across the world, in a vast, cold wilderness, a group of travelers stood on the precipice of a mountain, gazing at what appeared to be the end of the world. The ground beneath them shook violently, and the sky broke open, pouring down a deluge of rain that felt like judgment itself. They had come seeking solace in nature, but now they faced an elemental fury that mocked their insignificance. The world was transforming before their very eyes, and they were powerless to stop it. Back in the village, the old woman raised her arms to the heavens, her voice growing stronger, as if she were calling upon the very forces that governed the universe. "Let the truth be revealed," she cried, her spirit ignited with fierce conviction. "Let the world see what has been hidden." Her words resonated through the trembling ground, sending ripples of courage through the hearts of those who listened. As the sky darkened further, the moon took on a ghastly glow, a deep, unsettling shade of red that echoed the blood of sacrifices made through the ages. People fell to their knees, some weeping, others praying fervently, seeking salvation in a moment when all hope seemed lost. They could feel history pressing in, the weight of countless souls who had faced their own calamities. This was not just a moment. This was a connection to the past, a reminder that humanity had always wrestled with its fate. Amidst the chaos, the young boy felt a surge of bravery wash over him. With a voice that rang out clear and true above the thunder, he declared, "We are not alone. We have each other." His words cut through the despair, igniting a flicker of hope among the villagers. They turned to one another, their shared fear morphing into a sense of unity. In that moment, they felt the strength of their ancestors, the resilience that flowed through their veins. Yet, as the sixth seal trembled on the brink of being fully unveiled, the cosmic disturbances intensified, and a new wave of terror swept through the crowds. The ground split open in jagged fissures, spewing forth flames and smoke that darkened the air. Shadows danced menacingly around them, and the very fabric of reality felt as though it was tearing apart. In those heart-stopping moments, everyone knew the end was not just a possibility. It was a certainty looming closer, ready to engulf them all. And as the sky continued to churn with violent colors, the old woman's words echoed in their minds, intertwining with the urgency of the moment. "This is not the end, but a beginning." With that, the universe seemed to sigh, a breath that carried the weight of countless stars. As the first hints of dawn appeared on the horizon, the lines between fear and courage blurred, and the villagers stood together, ready to face whatever came next. They were caught in the cosmic dance of destruction and rebirth, the eternal cycle of existence that had played out throughout history. And just as the first rays of light pierced through the tumult, the world held its breath, teetering on the brink of revelation. The sixth seal was breaking, and with it, a story older than time itself was set to unfold. In a world teetering on the brink of chaos, a vision unfolded. A celestial army marked by an indelible seal, glowing like a brand in the darkness. The heavens shook as the faithful were chosen, each one a beacon of hope amid despair. They numbered 144,000, a gathering of souls set apart, each selected not by chance, but through trials that forged their very beings. They stood at the edge of a great divide, the weight of the world resting on their shoulders, the echoes of history reverberating with every heartbeat. Their journey began in a time when faith was often a whisper amidst the clamor of doubt. These were the men and women who had weathered storms of persecution, who had faced ridicule for believing in a promise that seemed far away. They wore their scars like medals, symbols of endurance and hope. Each one had a story: a father who had lost everything for his beliefs, a mother who had sung lullabies of faith to her children even as they lay in hiding. Every tear, every prayer, every moment of unwavering trust had led them to this point, where they would be sealed with the mark of the faithful. As the angel descended, resplendent in light, the earth trembled beneath its feet. This was no ordinary sight. This was a divine commission, a gathering of souls who would stand against the tide of evil. The angel's voice boomed like thunder, yet it carried a gentleness that wrapped around the hearts of the chosen. Do not harm the earth, the sea, or the trees, until we have sealed the servants of our God on their foreheads. The words hung in the air, pregnant with significance, stirring the souls of those present. Each chosen one felt a spark ignite within. There was a clarity in the chaos, a purpose that transcended their suffering. The seal was not merely a mark. It was a promise of protection, an assurance that their sacrifices had not gone unnoticed. In that moment, as the angel's hand reached out, the faithful were enveloped in a warm light, a shimmering embrace that connected them to the very essence of the Creator. Tears streamed down their faces, not of sorrow, but of overwhelming gratitude. Among them stood a young woman named Miriam. She had lost her family to the flames of hatred that swept through her village. Yet, she emerged from the ashes, her spirit unbroken, her heart ignited with an unquenchable fire. She had witnessed horrors that would haunt even the strongest of souls, but she had also seen kindness in the darkest hours. A neighbor who shared a loaf of bread, a stranger who offered shelter. For Miriam, that kindness was the seed of her faith, a reminder that love could prevail even when the world seemed lost. And then there was Eli, a once wealthy merchant whose fortune crumbled under the weight of deception. He had traded riches for righteousness, losing everything to stand firm in his beliefs. With every step he took, he felt the burden of his past lifting, replaced by the lightness of purpose. As he looked around at his fellow believers, he saw not merely companions, but family, each one a thread woven into the tapestry of hope. The angel's call turned into a symphony of voices as the faithful responded with fervor. "We are here. We stand ready." Their voices blended, rising like a tide, echoing through the heavens. They were no longer alone. They were part of something far greater than themselves. A surge of energy filled the air, a collective heartbeat that pulsed with determination. And in that moment, the sky darkened. A storm brewed on the horizon, a battle between light and darkness that had raged since time immemorial. But the 144,000 stood firm, their seal shining bright, a radiant counterpoint to the encroaching shadows. They were not simply a remnant. They were a force to be reckoned with, emboldened by their faith, their trials, and the mark that now graced their foreheads. As the clash of powers unfolded in the distance, they could feel the weight of history pressing against them, the cries of the martyrs who had gone before, the whispers of the prophets who had foretold this day. The past and the future collided, and the present was a moment of pure intensity. Would they falter, or would they rise to the occasion, stepping into their destiny as the chosen ones? Miriam clutched Eli's hand, her heart racing. "This is it," she whispered, a mix of fear and exhilaration coursing through her veins. She could almost hear the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a rhythm that matched the fervor of her spirit. "Yes," Eli replied, his voice steady. "We are not alone. We fight for those who cannot fight and for the hope yet to be born. His words ignited a fire within the others, a resounding echo that solidified their resolve. The heavens roared, and the forces of darkness surged forward, relentless and fierce. Yet, the faithful stood their ground, each heart beating with the rhythm of 1,000 lifetimes. The seal on their foreheads glimmered like a star in the night, a reminder of the promise they had embraced, of the love that had called them out of the shadows. As they faced the oncoming storm, the air crackled with anticipation. The 144,000 were not merely witnesses to history. They were its authors, their actions crafting the narrative of salvation. The battle was not just for survival. It was for the very soul of humanity. And as the light of the seal pierced through the gathering gloom, the scene shifted once again, drawing them deeper into the unfolding drama that would test their faith, their love, and their resolve. In that moment, they were not just fighting for themselves. They were fighting for every soul lost in despair, every heart yearning for hope. The world may have been teetering, but they were resolute, standing tall against the tempest, their spirits entwined in a divine dance that could not be extinguished. The sealing had begun, but the story was far from over. The next chapter loomed on the horizon, pregnant with promise, waiting to unfold. A vast sea of faces stretched endlessly, an ocean of humanity that surged and swayed with an energy so palpable it could silence the storm. Each individual was etched with stories of struggles, hope, and the relentless pursuit of redemption. Under a sky painted with hues of gold and crimson, a figure emerged at the forefront, eyes blazing with a light that seemed to pierce through the shadows of despair. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a tapestry woven with threads of faith, pain, and undying resolve. As the waves of people moved closer, their voices mingled in a symphony of prayer and praise, a tapestry of languages and cultures blending into a singular melody of longing. From the depths of ancient deserts to the bustling streets of modern cities, they came, each soul carrying burdens of the past and dreams of a brighter tomorrow. The whispers of the lost echoed across the multitude. Those who had once been cast aside were now drawn together, united in a vision of hope that shimmered like a distant star. In the midst of the crowd, a woman stood with tears glistening in her eyes. Her heart was heavy with memories of loved ones lost, of battles fought against despair that felt insurmountable. She had walked through valleys of doubt, yet here, surrounded by the warmth of others who had faced similar storms, a flicker of courage ignited within her. She felt the pulse of life in the air, a reminder that redemption was not just a distant dream but a living, breathing promise uniting them all. Nearby, a man knelt, his hands pressed firmly together as if holding onto the weight of his past. He had once been a wanderer, lost in the shadows of his choices. But in this moment, under the watchful gaze of those who understood his pain, he began to feel the shackles of guilt loosening. Every heartbeat was a reminder that he was not alone, that he belonged to something greater than himself. The ancient words of prophets and sages echoed in his mind, resonating with a truth that had eluded him for so long. The air crackled with anticipation as a vision unfolded, a glimpse of what redemption could look like. It was not just a destination but a journey shared among many. As the multitude lifted their voices in unison, a powerful wave of emotion surged through them. The sound was raw and authentic, reverberating like thunder, shaking the very foundation of their despair. Each note carried a story, and every story wove a connection that transcended time and space. Across the expanse, an elderly man raised his weathered hands toward the heavens, his voice trembling with age yet strong with conviction. He spoke of trials endured and victories won, recounting tales of oppression turned into liberation. His words flowed like a river, each one carving a path through the hardened soil of doubt. The crowd drew closer, hanging on to his every syllable, their hearts responding to the cadence of hope that filled the air. In the midst of this sacred gathering, a child stood, eyes wide with wonder. She was a living embodiment of innocence, with dreams untainted by the harsh realities of the world. With each passing moment, she felt the warmth of the crowd enveloping her, a sea of love that whispered promises of safety and belonging. As she raised her small hands toward the sky, believing in something bigger than herself, her faith ignited a spark within those around her. It was as though she held a mirror to their souls, reminding them all of the purity and strength found in unwavering belief. And then, as if choreographed by a divine hand, the multitude began to move, swaying together in a rhythm that pulsed like a heartbeat. The sound of their voices grew louder, merging into a harmonious crescendo that broke through the barriers of division. Histories collided and cultures intertwined, creating a mosaic of unity that defied the darkness of the past. They were no longer just individuals. They were a great multitude, a living testament to the power of redemption. Amidst the swell of emotion, a figure cloaked in light appeared at the center of it all. His presence brought an electric charge to the air, a sense of awe that tingled in the spine. With eyes that spoke of understanding and love, he looked upon the multitude, inviting them to step forward into a new reality. The glow around him radiated warmth, washing over the crowd like a gentle tide, filling each heart with the promise that their struggles were not in vain. Faces illuminated by the light of hope reflected transformation. Burdens once felt heavy began to feel lighter. The past was not erased, but it was no longer a chain that bound them. Instead, it became a testament to resilience, a reminder of how far they had come. With every shared story and every tear shed, they were not merely spectators of redemption. They were active participants, ready to embrace the promise of tomorrow. As the crowd surged forward, hand in hand, the line between the individual and the collective blurred. Each step echoed a commitment to one another, a declaration that they would rise together, fueled by the weight of shared dreams and aspirations. There was no turning back. They had glimpsed the vision of what could be, a new world woven from the threads of hope, love, and unbreakable bonds. The sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the faces of the multitude. They were both fragile and fierce, vulnerable yet powerful, a reflection of what humanity could achieve when united in purpose. And in that moment, amidst the celebration of lives intertwined, something remarkable was birthed. A vision of redemption that would echo through the ages, a reminder that hope was an eternal flame, flickering brightly in the hearts of those who dared to believe. As the evening deepened, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, hinting at the revelations yet to come. The multitude stood poised on the brink of transformation, a collective heartbeat reverberating with the promise of something extraordinary unfolding just beyond the horizon. The hush that enveloped the celestial realm felt almost palpable, a thick blanket of dread as if the very air held its breath. In this moment, every creature of heaven paused, suspended in a profound silence that echoed through the corridors of eternity. The angels, once vibrant and full of song, stood frozen, their wings folded tightly against their bodies, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anticipation. It was as if the universe itself was poised on the edge of a knife, waiting for a moment that could tip the balance between hope and despair. Within this stillness, a stirring began. Whispers of ancient prophecies floated through the air, lingering on the tongues of those who dared to speak. The seventh seal had been broken, and with it came a silence so deep that it felt like an unwelcome visitor in the divine court. It was not the comforting silence of a peaceful night. Rather, it was the silence of impending judgment, a pregnant pause pregnant with unspoken fears and unfulfilled desires. As the silence stretched on, time itself seemed to slow. Every heartbeat became a drum, each pulse a reminder of the fragility of existence. The souls that had once soared freely found themselves anchored in place, bound by the weight of what was to come. They exchanged uneasy glances, their faces reflecting the turmoil, the uncertainty of fate hanging in the air like a storm about to break. Among them was a figure, draped in the garments of mortality yet radiating an otherworldly glow. It was a soul yearning for peace in a world fraught with chaos. The spirit's heart beat with the rhythm of the living, echoing the sorrows and joys of a life once lived. It felt the ache of lost love, the warmth of laughter shared, and the bitter sting of regrets. Each memory was a thread, weaving the fabric of its being, and now, in this deafening silence, those threads began to unravel. The flicker of a distant memory ignited within the soul. A moment from long ago, filled with laughter and warmth beneath the golden sun. Friends gathered, sharing stories, their voices mingling like a sweet melody. But now, that melody had faded, replaced by a haunting stillness that threatened to consume everything. Shadows of the past danced at the edges of consciousness, taunting with what once was and what could never be again. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the foundation of the celestial court. The ground beneath trembled as if the heavens themselves were waking from a deep slumber. The silence shattered, replaced by an unsettling cacophony of whispers, each voice laced with fear. "What is to come?" some murmured, while others cried out in despair. "Will there be mercy?" In this moment of fragile tension, the veil between heaven and earth quivered. The fate of countless souls hung in the balance, and the angels, those ethereal guardians, felt the weight of their duty more than ever. Their eyes turned toward the throne, where the presence of the Almighty loomed, shrouded in mystery. The divine essence radiated authority, yet within that brilliance was a flicker of sorrow. A great book lay open before the throne, its pages filled with the deeds of humanity, the good, the bad, and the utterly forgotten. Each line was a testament to the choices made, the paths taken, the hearts broken, and the love shared. The weight of judgment was immense, and in that moment, even the most radiant of angels felt their wings grow heavy with the burden of what lay ahead. As the whispers grew louder, a singular voice emerged, cutting through the chaos with clarity. "Who is worthy?" it cried, resonating with the despair of 1,000 souls. There was no response, only the overwhelming silence that followed, as if the universe itself were vacillating in uncertainty. It was the silence that comes before the storm, thick with dread and anticipation. The echoes of the past surged forward, memories cascading over the souls like a torrential wave. A mother's lullaby woven into the very fabric of existence. A lover's promise whispered under the stars. The cries of innocence lost. Each memory clawed at the heart, igniting the embers of sorrow that lay dormant. The silence deepened, and with it came a sense of urgency. How many more moments would slip through the cracks of time? How many more chances to love, forgive, and heal would be lost forever? With a sudden flash of light, the silence shattered once more, illuminating the faces of the gathered souls. A vibrant glow emanated from the throne, casting shadows that danced along the walls of eternity. The moment had arrived, the scales of judgment tipped, and the cries of the faithful mingled with the anguished wails of the forsaken. The atmosphere buzzed with tension as the throne's brilliance pulsed, a heartbeat echoing through the silence. It was a beacon of hope, yet a harbinger of dread, embodying the duality of existence itself. The souls watched, eyes wide, breaths held, as the pages of the great book began to turn, each flicker a prelude to revelation. And then, just as suddenly as it had ignited, the light dimmed, retreating into the shadows. The silence returned, thicker than before, wrapping around each soul like a suffocating shroud. It was a silence laden with the weight of unfulfilled dreams, of lives not yet lived, and of choices yet to be made. As fear clawed at their hearts, the question loomed larger than ever. Who would rise, and who would fall into the abyss of forgotten souls? In that moment of paralyzing uncertainty, hope flickered like a fragile candle in the wind. The angels, shimmering in their divine beauty, began to murmur among themselves. Could there be a way out of this turmoil? Could mercy exist within judgment? The cries of the faithful surged again, weaving their way through the silence, blending with the pulse of longing that reverberated in the hearts of those waiting. Every soul felt the weight of the universe pressing down on them, a reminder that the silence was not an end, but a beginning. The air crackled with the promise of what was to come, the tension building to a breaking point. As the echoes of history filled the void, the reality of existence hung in the balance, shimmering with the possibility of redemption or condemnation. And so the silence continued, a suspenseful stillness where every heartbeat counted, where every breath was a prayer. The moment stretched into eternity, unresolved yet filled with the promise of revelation. leaving each soul suspended between hope and despair, waiting for the moment when the inevitable would unfold, and the echoes of their choices would be heard once more. The air crackled with anticipation, a silence so thick that it felt as though the world held its breath. It was a moment suspended in time, where the weight of unspoken fears hung heavily, trembling on the edge of a cataclysmic revelation. In the distance, the sound of a single trumpet echoed, its note piercing through the stillness like a warning cry, heralding the arrival of a storm that would shake the very foundations of existence. The 7 trumpets, a celestial symphony of divine judgments, were about to play, each note laced with the power to awaken the slumbering horrors of humanity's darkest nightmares. Each trumpet, a warning of what was to come. The first trumpet sounded like a clarion call, a blaring reminder of ancient decrees that had long been forgotten, and as the sound filled the heavens, the earth trembled beneath it. From the heights of the mountains to the depths of the valleys, a fiery rain began to fall, hail mixed with blood, cascading down from the sky like a torrential storm unleashed from the very heart of God's fury. Those who looked up could only wonder if they were witnessing the end of days, their hearts pounding with dread. Cattle and crops, the very lifeblood of communities, were stripped bare, blackened and charred, as though the earth itself was crying out in agony. Yet that was only the beginning. The second trumpet followed, a deep, resonant blast that stirred the seas into a frenzy. A great mountain, ablaze with fire, was cast into the ocean, transforming tranquil waves into a chaotic tempest. Fish flailed in panic, choking on the bitterness that poisoned the waters. Ships that once sailed proudly were reduced to mere splinters, tossed by the wrathful waves. The cries of sailors echoed through the storm, their voices mingling with the wails of the sea, a haunting symphony of despair. With the third trumpet came a bitter star, named Wormwood, falling from the heavens, its poisonous essence tainting rivers and springs. The sweetness of water turned to bitterness, and those who drank from the waters felt the chill of death seep through their veins. They stumbled, disoriented and gasping, as the realization of their fate settled in. A fate sealed by their own actions. Hope faded, leaving an emptiness that echoed louder than the trumpets themselves. Then, the fourth trumpet sounded, casting shadows over the earth. The sun dimmed, its light waning as if it could no longer bear witness to the calamities below. The moon was veiled, its silvery glow extinguished, and stars fell from the sky like tears shed by a grieving world. Day turned to an early dusk, a portent of the darkness that lay ahead. Fear gripped the hearts of men as they grappled with the realization that the heavens were turning against them, and the very fabric of reality began to fray. The fifth trumpet unleashed a horror like no other. A dark abyss opened, releasing swarms of locusts, their wings creating a sound like 1,000 chariots racing through the air. They descended upon the earth like a plague, inflicting torment that was unbearable. These were no ordinary locusts. They bore the faces of men and the sting of scorpions, piercing the flesh of those who had turned their backs on the divine. Their cries of agony merged with the buzzing swarm, an eerie chorus of pain that resonated through the land. As the sixth trumpet blared, a catastrophic chain of events unfolded. For angels bound at the river Euphrates were loosed, unleashing an army of horsemen that numbered in the millions. The earth shook under the weight of their advance, and the scent of destruction wafted through the air like a prelude to doom. Flames danced in their wake, consuming everything in sight, and the cries of the fallen echoed through the barren landscape. The devastation was widespread, a wake-up call that should have stirred the hearts of the unrepentant. But against this backdrop of calamity and cosmic fury, the hearts of many remained unmoved. They continued in their wickedness, blinded by pride and hardened by sin. The trumpets blared their divine warnings, but the world turned a deaf ear, lost in the clamor of its own making. It was a chilling reminder of humanity's stubbornness, its refusal to heed the signs that flashed like lightning across the sky. And then there was the seventh trumpet, an impending climax that loomed on the horizon. Its sound resonated with authority, a divine proclamation that shook the heavens and called forth the final judgments. The air was thick with tension, as angels prepared to usher in the end of all things. In that moment, the promise of restoration mingled with the dread of reckoning. The lines between hope and despair blurred, and the earth seemed to quiver in anticipation of what was to come next. In that moment of stillness before the storm, the heavens opened wide, revealing a throne amidst a sea of brilliance. The time had come for the divine to take action, and the angels stood ready, their faces illuminated by an otherworldly light. They bore witness to the culmination of ages, the turning of the tide, and the inescapable truth that all would be held accountable. As the final trumpet echoed through the cosmos, the world below trembled at the weight of impending judgment. The unending cycle of choices made and paths taken lay bare before the eyes of the Almighty, and the cry of humanity rang out, a plea for mercy mingled with the knowledge of deserved wrath. This was not merely a story of destruction. It was a reckoning that transcended time and space, a call to remember that choices have consequences, and that divine justice, though severe, was also intertwined with grace. And so, the narrative unfolded, moving toward a crescendo that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Each trumpet, a note in a symphony of fate, woven together in a tapestry of consequences that called into question the very essence of existence. The tension hung thick in the air, as the cries of the faithful and the unrepentant echoed side by side, the threads of their destinies interlacing in a dance of despair and hope, drawing ever closer to a conclusion that felt both inevitable and profoundly mysterious. The sky was a canvas of turmoil, dark and brewing, as ominous clouds roiled overhead, heavy with impending doom. All across the landscape, people sensed something was amiss. A chill in the air, a whisper of dread that crept into their bones. They had heard tales, stories passed down through generations of warnings that the end times were near, but this felt different. This felt real. As the first trumpet blared, a sound that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. An eerie silence fell over the world, as if the earth itself held its breath. The air crackled with electricity, a palpable tension that hinted at what was to come. Thunder rumbled in the distance, but it was not the kind born from a mere storm. This was a herald of something sinister, something that transcended nature. And then it began. From the heavens, massive hailstones, each one the size of a fist, plummeted to the ground with unrelenting ferocity. They struck the earth like cannonballs, shattering homes and crushing anything unfortunate enough to be caught in their path. Streets that once bustled with life turned into chaotic battlegrounds, where terrified families ran for shelter. The sound of the hail was deafening, echoing through the valleys and canyons, a cacophony of destruction that was impossible to ignore. In the distance, a farm lay in ruin, its once golden fields now a wasteland of mud and debris. Cattle bellowed in fear, their cries intermingling with the thunderous assault. A farmer named Samuel stood frozen, his heart pounding in his chest as he watched his livelihood crumble before his eyes. He could feel the weight of despair pressing down on him, the realization that everything he had worked for was being stripped away in an instant. With each hailstone that struck, it felt as though a piece of his soul was shattered into irretrievable fragments. But the storm was not done yet. As if responding to the trumpet's call, flames erupted from the earth itself, licking the sky with an insatiable hunger. The fires spread like wildfire, devouring entire forests and towns, painting the horizon in shades of orange and red. The scent of smoke invaded the air, thick and suffocating, mingling with the tang of fear. Those who had narrowly escaped the hail now found themselves caught in the grip of the flames, scrambling for safety as the inferno consumed everything it touched. Among the chaos, a group of children huddled together, their eyes wide with terror, watching the world around them unravel. They had been laughing just hours before, but now their innocence was stripped away, replaced by a visceral understanding of fear. One little girl, clinging tightly to her brother's hand, could hardly comprehend what was happening. She glanced up at him, her face streaked with soot and tears, and in that moment, he realized he could not protect her from the horrors unfolding before them. Blood. The ground was becoming soaked with it. The hail's impact had taken its toll, and as the flames made their vicious advance, the suffering intensified. The cries of the wounded echoed through the air, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. Families were torn apart, loved ones lost in the confusion, the very fabric of society unraveling as chaos reigned supreme. The townsfolk gathered, desperation etched on their faces as they fought to make sense of the madness. Their voices rose in a chorus of panic, each person seeking answers that no one could provide. "Why is this happening?" they cried out, helpless against the forces of nature unleashed upon them. The sun was eclipsed by thick clouds of ash, the light of day reduced to a dim glow that barely penetrated the carnage. In the midst of this turmoil stood a figure, clad in tattered robes, eyes ablaze with conviction. He raised his arms to the sky, a prophet among the damned, calling out to the heavens. "This is the reckoning," he shouted, his voice booming like thunder. "This is the day of judgment." Some scoffed, dismissing him as mad, while others fell to their knees, desperate for salvation. The air crackled with a strange energy, as if the very universe was shifting, bending to the will of the storm. Yet, even as destruction rained down, there were flickers of humanity. Strangers reached for one another, forming bonds in the face of impending doom. A mother shielded her child with her body. A father risked his life to save a neighbor. These small gestures ignited a spark of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of compassion could still shine through. But hope was fragile, and the trumpet's call was relentless. As the tempest raged, it became clear. This was not just a natural disaster. It was a warning, a precursor to something more sinister. The sky darkened with swirling clouds, and the earth trembled beneath them, as though the very planet itself was crying out in anguish. The first trumpet had sounded, but a symphony of calamity awaited. The people could feel it, a dreadful anticipation that the worst was yet to come. A flicker of lightning illuminated the chaos, creating monstrous shadows that danced across the landscape. For just a moment, the world was starkly visible, and in that fleeting glimpse, they saw the truth. This was not merely a storm. It was the beginning of something far more catastrophic. As the first trumpet blared, a chilling realization settled over everyone. The world had shifted, and nothing would ever be the same again. The air was electric with uncertainty, and the ground vibrated with the power of what was to come. In the hearts of the people, fear intertwined with determination, and as they braced for the next wave of destruction, a flicker of resilience surged within them, one that would carry them through the darkness that lay ahead. In the silence before dawn, a fiery mountain loomed on the horizon, its flames licking at the sky like hungry tongues. The earth trembled beneath the weight of an unseen force, a promise of chaos ready to unfurl. People gazed in disbelief, their hearts pounding in their chests, caught between awe and terror as the radiant blaze cast an eerie glow over the sea. This was no ordinary event. It was a herald of destruction, a grim portent that would change everything. As the sun peaked over the horizon, painting the world in hues of orange and red, the mountain began its descent. Craggy rocks and molten earth broke free, tumbling into the restless waves below. The impact sent a shudder through the water, creating a colossal wave that surged forward, a monstrous hand reaching out to grasp the land. Panic erupted as fishermen scrambled to save their boats and families ran to higher ground, their faces etched with fear. They could sense it, the air thick with dread, the ocean rising as if in rebellion. The echoes of history swirled around them, whispers of past catastrophes that had shaped civilizations. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, which had buried Pompeii in ash, replayed in the minds of the onlookers. They remembered the terror of townsfolk, their lives snuffed out in a heartbeat, leaving behind a frozen moment in time. Now, history was repeating itself, but in a far more terrifying form. The mountain wasn't merely erupting. It was a sign of something greater, a cataclysm that transcended time, reaching back to the ancient prophecies woven into the fabric of humanity. The water surged louder, a living entity of rage and despair, swallowing the shores where laughter once thrived. Fishermen, who had shared stories under starlit skies, now shouted warnings, their voices drowned by the roar of the sea. Mothers clutched their children, eyes wide, as the water churned with a fury that felt almost sentient. It beckoned them to remember the fables of old, of mountains that fell and seas that boiled, of divine judgments and tragic endings. Overhead, the sky darkened, clouds rolling in like an army poised for battle. Lightning danced across the horizon, illuminating the chaos below. Yet, amidst the terror, there was a beauty in the destructive force, a reminder of nature's untamed power, a force that had shaped the world long before humanity had claimed it. People felt small, insignificant beneath the grandeur of it all, their lives mere specks in a universe that could erase them in an instant. As the burning mountain shattered the water's surface, strange phenomena began to unfold. Fish gasped and writhed, their bodies flinging themselves into the air as if attempting to escape the impending doom. The waves churned with a ferocity that sent chills down spines, and a strange, metallic scent filled the air. It was the scent of iron, of blood, of life teetering on the brink of annihilation. The sound of crashing waves became a symphony of horror, overwhelming and relentless, echoing in the minds of those who bore witness. Amidst the chaos, an ancient text floated to the surface, its pages yellowed and worn, bearing witness to the horrors foretold long before this moment. They had read about the burning mountain cast into the sea, the bitter taste of salt and ash. Would they, too, become a part of the prophecy, a part of the tragedy? The thought sent shivers coursing through their veins. Villagers gathered on the cliffs, their hands clasped in desperation as they cried out to whatever gods they believed in. "Spare us! Let this not be the end!" But the mountain continued its descent, indifferent to prayers and pleas. The very earth beneath them groaned, as if replying to their cries with a deep, rumbling voice that promised only despair. And yet, amid the horror, a young girl stood frozen, mesmerized by the fiery display. Her eyes, wide with wonder, reflected the colors of the flames. She had heard the stories, the tales of warriors and gods, of battles fought and lost. In her heart, she felt a flicker of hope, a belief that perhaps, just perhaps, from this destruction would arise something magnificent. It was a child's innocence, untouched by the heavy weight of reality. But reality had no mercy. The waves crashed against the cliffs, spraying salt water, and the mountain broke apart, sending jagged pieces tumbling down, swallowed by the whirlpool below. It was a sight that etched itself into the souls of those who watched. The beauty of destruction, the end of one era colliding with the birth of another. The air crackled with tension, a surreal mix of terror and exhilaration. As the burning mountain settled into the depths, the sea began to calm, but the aftermath was palpable. The water changed, a strange hue washing over it, as if it had absorbed the anger of the flames. Fish floated lifelessly, their eyes wide in disbelief, while the cries of seagulls echoed above, mourning the loss of life beneath the waves. The horizon was painted in shades of orange and red, a vivid reminder of what had just transpired, of the beauty and the horror intertwined. Tension gripped the hearts of those left standing, the uncertainty of the future looming like a shadow over them. What would come next? Would they be survivors or merely witnesses to their own demise? The burning mountain had cast its spell, and now they were left to grapple with the repercussions. The air was thick with stories unspoken and fears unacknowledged, a churning cauldron of emotions waiting to erupt once more. And in that charged atmosphere, the ground shook once again, a low rumble that sent a fresh wave of dread rippling through the crowd. They turned, eyes wide, hearts racing, as they braced for whatever might come next. The echoes of history, of loss and rebirth, whispered around them, weaving a tapestry of tension that seemed to stretch endlessly into the unknown. A silence fell over the land, thick and heavy like the tension before a thunderstorm. People looked skyward, eyes wide with a mix of hope and dread. It was the kind of stillness that wrapped itself around the soul, whispering of something monumental about to unfold. The air felt charged, crackling with expectations, as if the very universe was holding its breath. Then came the sound, a piercing trumpet blast that echoed across the valleys, reverberating through hearts and minds. The The third trumpet had sounded. The world had been warned, but few were truly prepared for the horror that would follow. From the sky, a star fell, trailing fire like a comet lighting up the night. It was no ordinary star. It was wormwood. It plummeted to earth, striking the waters of rivers and springs, the very lifeblood of the planet. The impact sent ripples across the surface, distorting reflections of frightened faces. When the dust settled, the waters transformed. Where once there was nourishment, a bitter poison now coursed through the veins of the land. Panic erupted in towns and cities. The cries of mothers searching for their children mingled with the desperate wails of those who dared drink from the tainted waters. People fell to their knees, coughing and choking, as the bitterness seeped into their very beings. In the chaos, a boy named Samuel clutched his sister's hand tightly, his heart pounding in sync with the chaos around him. "Stay close, Emily," he shouted, eyes darting as people rushed past, their faces masks of fear. "We have to find clean water." He remembered the old well at the edge of town, a place where the water always ran clear. But the fear that gripped him was palpable. Could the well still be safe? Would they even have time? The world felt different now, darker somehow, and each step was heavy with doubt. Across the land, farmers looked at their fields with despair. Crops that once thrived under the sun now wilted and died. The once green leaves curled and turned brown, as if the earth itself was mourning the loss. The livestock grazed in confusion, their instincts warning them of danger. In a small village, an elder named Miriam stood at the entrance of a decaying cabin, her gnarled fingers clutching a wooden staff. She had seen many seasons come and go, but none like this. She felt the weight of history pressing down on her. "This is not just a plague," she murmured to herself, the words tasting bitter on her tongue. "This is a warning." Her voice trembled as she recalled tales of the ancients, stories passed down through generations, of stars falling from the sky and the bitter waters that followed. They had always seemed like mere fables, folklore meant to scare children into behaving. But now the reality felt like a nightmare come alive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, Samuel and Emily reached the well. Hope flickered in his chest as he peered inside. The walls were damp and dark, but the water pooled at the bottom shimmered faintly. He knelt, cupping his hands to draw it up, but hesitation gripped him like iron chains. What if it was poison too? What if his desperate quest for salvation ended in tragedy? "Samuel!" Emily's voice cut through the silence, her eyes wide with worry. "What if it's not safe?" He looked at her, the little girl who once found joy in fleeting moments, and the weight of his decision crashed down upon him. "We have to try," he whispered, but even to his own ears it sounded weak. Just then, a scream shattered the quiet. A man staggered into view, his clothes torn and his skin marred by dark, angry blisters. He was a stranger, yet the terror in his eyes felt familiar. "It's everywhere!" he cried, collapsing to the ground, his voice raw with pain. "The waters are cursed. The star wormwood has fallen." The words hung in the air, a prophecy fulfilled. The villagers gathered, drawn by the commotion. Samuel felt their eyes on him, their silent fears reflecting in his own. They had all heard the stories, the myths of retribution and cleansing. Was this the moment foretold? Far from the village, a river that once flowed freely now ran thick with a noxious green hue. Fishermen, once proud of their bounty, stood in disbelief, their nets dragging empty through the sludge. The stench was overwhelming, a foul reminder of the star's dark descent. A ripple of anger surged through the crowd. "We must fight back!" a voice roared, breaking the eerie silence that had settled like a dense fog. "We will not let this destroy us." But how could they fight what had come from the heavens? Desperation clawed at their throats as they faced the uncertainty of their future. As night fell, a deep chill enveloped the land, the stars shrouded in a blanket of darkness. The moon hung low, casting an eerie glow over the poisoned waters. The world felt as if it had shifted on its axis, the air thick with foreboding and unanswered questions. In the heart of the village, Miriam gathered the people. "You must remember our ancestors," she urged, her voice steady even as her heart raced. "They faced trials that tested their courage. We must not lose hope." But doubt hung heavy like fog, and as she spoke, the specter of despair loomed larger. Would the legend of Wormwood become their reality? Would they stand united or be swept away by the tide of fear? The winds howled, carrying whispers of prophecies long forgotten. A sense of urgency crackled through the air. In the distance, the horizon flickered with a strange light, a reminder that the darkness of one moment could give way to the dawn of another. But which way would they turn? Would they seek solace in unity, or succumb to the shadows creeping ever closer? And as Samuel stood at the well, torn between fear and hope, he felt the weight of history resting on his small shoulders. The world around him was changing, and with it, the stakes grew ever higher. The echo of the trumpet still rang in his ears, a haunting reminder that the battle was only just beginning, and the true test of their spirit lay ahead. A thick, suffocating silence descended over the earth, as if the very air had conspired to hold its breath. The once brilliant sun hung heavily in the sky, a pale shadow of its former self. It was the kind of day that made people peer upwards, shielding their eyes, as the world around them brushed against a surreal edge of reality. In the distant past, the sun had always been a reliable beacon of warmth, guiding sailors across tempestuous seas and farmers in their toil. Now, as darkness crept across the land like a thief in the night, its once golden rays seemed to flicker, dancing before finally succumbing to an endless twilight. The moon, usually a comforting sentinel in the night, circled above like a ghostly whisper, its light muted and faded, as if it too had lost the will to shine. Stars that once glimmered like diamonds in the sky now blinked silently, overshadowed by an unseen force that crushed hope and dimmed dreams. In a small village, families gathered outside, eyes turned to the heavens. The children clung to their mothers, sensing the unease that hung in the air. "Mama, why is it dark?" a little girl asked, her voice trembling. The mother, her heart racing, could only shake her head, unable to find the words to explain the inexplicable. Across the land, farmers abandoned their fields, paralyzed with fear. The crops, once vibrant and lush, withered under the oppressive gloom. Livelihoods were at stake, and whispers of despair echoed through the villages. "What will we do?" an elderly man lamented, his eyes filled with shadows. The community, usually a tapestry of support and laughter, unraveled as dread seeped into their hearts. As the days dragged on, faint reports trickled in from neighboring towns. Stories of bizarre occurrences flooded the airwaves. Livestock behaved strangely, birds flew in erratic patterns, and fish floundered in once clear waters. The world was slipping from its foundation, and no one could predict what calamity awaited them. In the towns, lanterns flickered like dying stars, casting eerie shadows on weathered faces. People huddled together, seeking warmth not just from the flames, but from the presence of one another. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing tales of ancient prophecies that foretold such dark days. The weight of history pressed down on them, the realization that they were living through something monumental, something that echoed in the annals of time. As the sun set, it was not the familiar crimson glow that painted the horizon, but an unsettling gray, a harbinger of something far more sinister. The once comforting twilight morphed into an oppressive cloak, swallowing the world whole. The air grew colder, and with it came a sense of finality. The villagers clung to each other, breathless with fear, eyes darting skyward, searching for reassurance in the heavens that had turned their backs on them. In the vast expanse of the sky, once a canvas of wonders, strange shapes began to form, swirling in a cosmic dance, fierce but poignant. It was as if an unseen artist was painting a new reality, a tableau that bore witness to the chaos that had taken hold of humanity. Shadows twisted and turned, morphing into gnarled faces, desperate and pleading, reminders of lost dreams and shattered hopes. Yet amidst the dread, a flicker of defiance emerged. The villagers began to gather, lighting fires in a desperate attempt to push back the darkness, to reclaim their sense of agency in a crumbling world. Their voices rose in a chorus, a primal call for strength and unity. They sang songs of old, their melodies weaving through the air like threads of light, binding them together, igniting embers of courage in their hearts. Children danced around the flames, their laughter a fragile beacon against the oppressive night. It was a reminder of innocence that still flickered amidst despair. They spun in circles, their movements free and unburdened, as if to mock the heaviness that gripped the adults. But even their laughter held a tremor of uncertainty, a question whispered in the wind. Would it be enough? Days turned into nights, and still the cycle of darkness continued. The sun's absence gnawed at their spirits, and the moon's silence felt like a shroud of sorrow. The village, once alive with the sound of chatter and joy, grew quieter, as uncertainty wrapped itself around every soul. One stormy night, the sky erupted in a cacophony of thunder. Lightning cracked the heavens, illuminating the darkness for a brief, fleeting moment. In that flash, the villagers glimpsed the truth of their existence. It was as if time had paused, granting them a rare clarity. They saw their fears, their doubts, but also their resilience. They were being tested, each moment a heartbeat echoing the fragility of their situation. The next morning, as a heavy mist cloaked the earth, whispers of a new revelation swept through the community. A traveler from distant lands had arrived, his presence igniting curiosity and wonder. He spoke in hushed tones of ancient texts and legends long forgotten, of a time when celestial events foretold significant changes on earth. His words hung in the air like a shimmering thread, drawing the villagers closer, urging them to grasp the significance of the moment they were living. Yet, even as they listened, fear gnawed at their hearts. The darkness had seeped into their very bones, and the travelers' tales, while rich with history, felt like a double-edged sword. Would they simply become pawns in a cosmic game, or could they reclaim their narrative? As the darkness loomed ever larger, a decision hung in the balance. The villagers could no longer ignore their plight. Would they continue to cower beneath the weight of despair, or would they rise to meet the challenge head-on? The flickering flames of hope burned in their eyes, igniting a spark that could not be extinguished. The cosmos continued to swirl above them, the sun, moon, and stars nothing more than distant memories. Yet the fire in their hearts surged with newfound determination. They stood at the crossroads, the choices ahead both daunting and exhilarating. The darkness, while fierce, could not extinguish the light that flickered within them. And in that charged moment, they realized they were not alone. The stories of the past whispered through the winds, urging them to remember their strength. The sky may have darkened, but their spirits soared, preparing them for whatever storm lay ahead. The battle had just begun, and the echoes of their choices would ripple through time, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of history. A whisper of dread hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as the sun dipped below the horizon, giving way to a darkening sky. Shadows danced along the ground, stretching like fingers reaching for something long lost. In that twilight, a silence fell over the land, heavy and foreboding, as if nature itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. It began in the depths of a forgotten chasm, where light dared not wander. The abyss, a pit of darkness and despair, was said to cradle horrors unimaginable. Legends spoke of it being sealed, a lid placed on secrets best left undisturbed. But the time for silence was over. The seal was broken, unleashing a chaos that had long been contained. From this blackened void, a smoke billowed forth, thick as the sorrow of ages, suffocating and bitter. As the smoke rose, it twisted and spiraled like a serpent, merging with the air until it formed a legion of shadows. And from the shadows they came, swarms of locusts, crafted from the very essence of darkness, emerged, their bodies glistening with an eerie sheen. Each was a grotesque parody of nature, adorned with scales that shimmered like polished metal. Their wings beat with a sound that echoed like 1,000 whispers in the night, a melody of terror enough to chill the bones of the bravest souls. The first to encounter this calamity were the people living on the fringes of the land, farmers and shepherds who had toiled under the sun. They stood aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief as the ground trembled beneath them. The air thickened, heavy with the acrid smoke that coiled around their throats, rendering them speechless. What had they done to provoke such fury? What sins had been committed that summoned forth this legion from the depths of despair? The locusts, sent forth as harbingers of destruction, were not mere insects. They were tasked with an unimaginable purpose: to torment and afflict everyone who had turned their backs on compassion, who'd forgotten the sacred bonds that tied humanity together. They were creatures born from the darkest fears, capable of inducing pain that transcended the physical. With every flap of their wings, they carried with them a promise of suffering. Panic swept through the villages like wildfire. Mothers clutched their children, shielding them from the storm of darkness that enveloped their homes. Fathers, once the protectors, now found themselves paralyzed, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the ominous drumming of the locust's wings. The night became a symphony of terror, each note a reminder of their vulnerability, each silence a precursor of what was yet to come. As the locusts descended, their stingers glistened menacingly, poised to pierce the flesh of the unrepentant. The people could only watch in horror as the first drops of pain fell upon them. It was a pain like no other, sharp and cruel, yet strangely devoid of blood. Instead, it curled around their hearts, a feeling that clawed at their very souls, stripping them bare of hope. Those who felt the sting were marked, a badge of guilt that could not be washed away. The cries of the afflicted began to rise, a cacophony that mingled with the groans of the earth. Some prayed, their voices trembling as they begged for mercy, while others cursed their fate, their anger merging with despair. They wondered, had their pleas fallen on deaf ears? Was there no one to hear their suffering? Their cries spiraled upward, reaching for the heavens, but the sky remained unmoved, indifferent to their plight. In the midst of this chaos, there lay a flicker of defiance. A few still dared to stand, hearts pounding against the weight of despair. They remembered the tales of resilience, of those who had faced darkness and emerged unscathed. They understood that deep within every soul lay a flicker of light, a connection to something greater. And it was this very light that the locusts sought to extinguish. But as the swarm thickened, the line between hope and despair began to blur. For every soul that fought, there were two that faltered. The locusts, relentless and cruel, fed off the fear and anguish, growing stronger with each fading heartbeat. They were not just agents of destruction. They were the embodiment of every doubt, every moment of cowardice that had pervaded the hearts of men. And amidst this turmoil, the abyss loomed larger, an ever-present reminder of what lay beneath the surface. It threatened to swallow the land whole, and with it, the last remnants of humanity's spirit. The smoke continued to rise, coiling like a serpent around the villagers' minds, sowing seeds of discord that would last long after the locusts had vanished. Trust eroded as fear grew, and as night fell deeper, so too did the shadows in their hearts. The ground trembled again, not from the wings of the locusts but from the very earth itself. The abyss trembled in anticipation, as if feeding off the despair it had caused. A deep rumble echoed through the valleys, a sound that reverberated in the bones of every man and woman, igniting a paralyzing fear. What more could be unleashed upon them? What other horrors would crawl from the depths, hungry for souls? As the villagers looked out into the horizon, the dim glow of their torches flickered like stars swallowed by an encroaching storm. They felt the weight of history pressing down upon them, the stories of their ancestors who had faced similar calamities, those who had endured plagues, invasions, and famine. A whisper of courage nudged at the edge of despair, urging them to remember that they were not alone. But as shadows loomed larger, so did their doubts, threatening to drown out that dying whisper. Yet even in the darkest moments, a flicker of hope persisted. The remnants of light still battled against the suffocating darkness, reminding them that the abyss was not merely a pit of despair, but a crucible meant to forge resilience. The stories of old echoed in their hearts, of bravery, of sacrifice, of standing together against overwhelming odds. But the swarm continued its relentless assault, gnawing at the fabric of their spirit. Each sting felt like a betrayal, a reminder that even the strongest could fall. The locusts circled overhead, a churning cloud of malice and despair, and the villagers found themselves at a crossroads, to succumb or to rise. And in that moment, the first spark ignited, a determination to reclaim what had been stolen. The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of defiance, mingling with the acrid smoke. A battle was brewing, one where hope would either extinguish or explode, where the abyss would be confronted, and the locusts would discover what it truly meant to contend with the light. A thick, suffocating silence hung over the land, broken only by the distant hum of an army on the march. It was a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it, a low, ominous drone that seemed to grow louder, drawing nearer with each passing moment. The air crackled with an unshakable tension, as if the very fabric of reality held its breath in anticipation. Whispers of the sixth trumpet spread like wildfire among the people, igniting their fears and stirring unease deep within their hearts. Across the expanse of dry, cracked earth, a vast horde gathered, shimmering like a mirage beneath the hot sun. The soldiers, an unending sea of bold colors and fierce faces, hailed from the east, a place shrouded in mystery and legend. Clad in intricately patterned armor that glinted in the light, they rode fierce steeds that snorted and kicked, eager to join the fray. Their eyes burned with a fervor that spoke of ancient battles and unyielding loyalty to their cause. Each soldier carried a weapon not merely designed for combat, but with a purpose steeped in the blood of past victories. Thousands upon thousands moved as one, a living wave of humanity driven by an unseen force. Dust swirled around their feet, forming clouds that danced in the sunlight, casting an eerie shadow over the land they moved to claim. These were not mere soldiers. They were a relentless tide of fervor, a cacophony of belief and purpose, marching inexorably towards a destiny that seemed preordained. In the distance, villages braced themselves against the impending storm. Families huddled together, eyes wide with fear, hearts pounding like drums in the stillness of the afternoon. Children clung to their mothers, sensing the dread that seeped into their bones like a cold chill. The stories of the East, whispered from generation to generation, filled their minds with images of terrifying chariots and warriors who wielded power that could crush mountains. The sun, once a warm embrace, now felt like an ominous spotlight, exposing their vulnerability to the world. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, the first cries of alarm echoed through the hills. The distant drums of war thudded relentlessly, resonating through the very ground beneath them. Fear morphed into panic as villagers began to flee, scattering like leaves caught in a tempest. Yet, amidst the chaos, some stood their ground, faces set with grim determination, unwilling to abandon their homes to the unknown. The army from the east advanced, a wave of steel and fury that surged forward relentlessly. Those at the front bore banners emblazoned with fierce symbols, the colors vibrant against the stark landscape, each flag a testament to traditions that had weathered the storms of time. The sight was breathtaking and terrifying, an awe-inspiring vision that brought to mind tales of old, of heroes and legends, of glory and despair. Then came the sounds, the clash of steel, the cries of men, and the thundering of hooves. As the first line of the army met the defenders, the air exploded with rage and violence. The earth shook beneath the weight of their struggle, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze, suspended in a heartbeat of chaos. Each clash of swords, each battle cry, shattered the silence of the land, a grim symphony that heralded the beginning of a new chapter in the annals of history. Amidst the chaos stood a figure, a leader whose presence commanded respect. His eyes held the wisdom of ages, his face etched with lines that told stories of battles fought and lost. He raised his sword, a glimmering beacon against the darkening sky, and with a voice that resonated through the tumult, summoned his soldiers to rally. They surged forward, a living entity of will and determination, fueled by a shared purpose that transcended individual fears. Where others faltered, they pressed on, becoming a force of nature, unstoppable and fierce. Feelings swirled in the hearts of those watching, the defenders filled with despair, the soldiers from the east with righteous resolve. The air thickened with emotion, raw and palpable. Fear mingled with courage, grief with hope. The battle raged, each moment stretching into eternity, punctuated by the cries of the fallen and the roar of the victorious. As night fell, the battlefield glowed eerily under the light of the moon, a haunting reminder of the lives that had been forever changed. The cries of the wounded echoed across the plain, a somber melody interwoven with the rustling of the wind. The ground, once a place of life and laughter, now soaked in sorrow and blood, bore witness to the unfathomable price of conflict. In the aftermath, silence settled once more, heavy and oppressive. The army from the east, though victorious, looked upon the aftermath of their triumph with a mix of pride and sorrow. They had fought for their beliefs, for their honor, and yet in their victory lay a profound sadness. The world around them had shifted. The delicate balance of life had been disrupted by the hammer of war. The remnants of the village lay scattered, a haunting reminder of what had been. A place where families had gathered, laughter had echoed, and dreams had flourished. Now, the stench of destruction lingered in the air, a ghost that would not easily fade. In the eyes of the soldiers, a flicker of doubt ignited, a realization that victory often came at a cost too steep to bear. But the march continued, the sounds of the army's footsteps echoing into the distance, transitioning into whispers of the next chapter. Like a river flowing onward, the story was far from over. The army from the east moved forward, their hearts heavy with the weight of their actions, yet driven by an unyielding force that pushed them ever onward. Shadows loomed long behind them, and the horizon ahead shimmered with uncertainty, begging the question: what lay in wait for them next? The world had shifted, but the story had only just begun. In the thick, heavy air of Jerusalem, two figures stood resolute, their shadows dancing in the flickering light of the ancient city. Clad in simple garments, they bore the weight of a divine mission, but the heavens themselves seemed to tremble at what was to come. A palpable tension wrapped around them, like a thin veil of anticipation, as the people moved about, oblivious to the monumental events unfolding just beyond their gaze. These were no ordinary men. They were the two witnesses, foretold in sacred texts, chosen for a purpose that resonated through time. Their message had the power to ignite hope and incite fear, wrapping the world in a thread of prophecy that would soon unravel. As they moved through the streets, their eyes held the light of 1,000 suns, speaking truths that could pierce the darkest of hearts. A historian devoted to uncovering the past might have whispered about their identities, Moses and Elijah, perhaps, or Enoch. But such labels could not capture the essence of their being. Their purpose was not lost in the ink of ancient scrolls. It beat in the raw pulse of humanity, the struggle between good and evil, faith and doubt. People were drawn to them, unable to look away, compelled by an unseen force that tugged at their very souls. In the marketplace, merchants paused their transactions, the scent of spices and bread mingling with the sweetness of anticipation. The air crackled with energy. They spoke of plagues and famines, of drought and despair, their words cutting through the noise of everyday life. Each proclamation was a thunderclap, shaking the earth beneath their feet. For these men were not merely speaking, they were prophesying, calling forth the very fabric of reality to respond to their voices. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an unsettling calm settled over the city. The two witnesses, emboldened by their calling, stood before an ever-growing crowd, weaving tales of judgment and hope. They spoke of a time when darkness would fall, and the world would tremble under the weight of its own sins. Eyes widened, breaths held, as the people hungered for every word that escaped their lips. But hope mingled with dread, and fear danced in the minds of those listening. What would come of their message? What price would they pay for their truth? Far away, in the shadows of power, the leaders felt the tremors of their words. They were not just men. They were a threat. The rulers and priests gathered, their faces marred by contempt and jealousy. They whispered of silencing the witnesses, of quelling the rising tide of fear that unsettled their carefully built thrones. But the witnesses knew no fear themselves. Their mission burned bright within them, a flame that could not be extinguished. Days turned into weeks, and the people continued to flock to hear the witnesses. Miracles bloomed around them like wildflowers. The blind could see, the lame could walk, and hearts that had long been shackled by despair erupted in joyous laughter. Hope began to weave its way through the streets. Yet, the dread of persecution lurked in every alley, waiting to strike. On a moonless night, the ominous figures of the rulers moved like shadows through the narrow lanes, plotting and scheming. Their whispers were like poison, and their intentions were dark. They sought their moment, a chance to snuff out the light that threatened to expose their secrets. The witnesses, however, remained undeterred, their spirits unyielding. They knew that their time was short, that the forces of evil would stop at nothing to silence them. But they also knew that their words had the power to transform, to lift souls from the depths of despair. As the dawn broke, the witnesses took their stand once more, their voices ringing out with the urgency of a storm. They spoke of a reckoning, of the mighty hand of God stretching across the earth. The crowd swelled, the energy electric, but with it came fear. The fear of what the rulers might do to silence them. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, hearts beat faster, pulses quickened. Amid the fervor, a familiar face emerged. A man of authority, cloaked in arrogance, determination etched into his brow. As he approached, the air thickened with tension. The crowd sensed the shift, the impending clash of light and darkness. The witnesses stood firm, unwavering, their eyes locked onto the man's, a silent battle of wills igniting in the space between them. The people held their breath, caught in an exquisite moment of suspense, waiting for the first spark to ignite the powder keg of emotion swirling around them. But it was the man who spoke first, his voice dripping with disdain. He demanded silence, decreeing that the witnesses would be silenced. With every word, he painted a picture of destruction, a future stripped of hope, where fear reigned supreme. The crowd gasped, clinging to the slivers of hope from the witnesses' earlier proclamations. Would they allow this darkness to consume them? With fierce determination, the witnesses raised their voices above the din, proclaiming the truth with a conviction that echoed through the very stones of the city. "Fear not," they cried, "for the light shall always triumph over darkness. The truth cannot be chained." Their words soared like arrows, piercing hearts and igniting spirits. The crowd erupted into an electric symphony of faith and resistance, pushing back against the encroaching shadows. Yet the forces of power would not be so easily deterred. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the land, a storm was brewing. The rulers would strike back, and the witnesses would face their moment of reckoning. The tension hung heavy, a storm cloud of emotion ready to unleash fury. The world held its breath, teetering on the precipice of a battle that would echo through eternity, with the two witnesses standing firm against the encroaching storm, ready to face whatever came next. And in that moment, as the winds whipped around them, the stage was set for a clash that would resonate through the ages, intertwining prophecy and persecution into a tapestry of faith, courage, and unyielding hope. Each heartbeat synchronized with the pulse of destiny, moving forward, onward, into the unknown, where shadows and light would converge, leaving no soul unchanged. The sky darkened as shadows stretched across the land, and a hush fell over the realm, a hush filled with anticipation. A woman stood alone on a barren hill, her heart thundering like the storm that brewed above. Clad in garments woven from the threads of hope, she gazed upwards, eyes ablaze with determination. Below her, the earth trembled, not from the weight of her presence, but from the darkness that approached. A dragon, fierce and malevolent, its scales shimmering like polished obsidian, eyes glowing with the fire of 1,000 suns. In the ancient records, whispers spoke of a cosmic battle, one that unfolded not just in the heavens but in the very souls of humankind. Legends told of a woman destined to confront a dragon, a symbol of chaos and destruction. This was not merely a tale but an echo of struggles faced throughout history, where the forces of good and evil clashed in a dance of life and death. The air crackled with tension as the woman clenched her fists. An unyielding spirit ignited within her. The dragon, with its wings unfurled, cast an enormous shadow over the valley. It had emerged from the depths of despair, a creature born from humanity's deepest fears and darkest thoughts, fed by centuries of suffering and strife. As it spiraled through the air, the ground shook beneath its weight, and the very fabric of reality seemed to shiver. Those who had surrendered to despair recoiled in terror, while others, emboldened by hope, gathered around the woman, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of their dreams. With a roar that sent chills down spines, the dragon swooped low, its breath a cauldron of fire that ignited the brush below. Flames danced, crackling and hissing, as if the very world was rebelling against the fury that loomed. The woman stood her ground, her heart racing, the heat of the flames licking at her skin. This was no ordinary moment. It was a collision of fate and free will woven together by the threads of history, a history that spoke of the strength of the human spirit. As the dragon circled above, memories flooded the woman's mind. She recalled the tales of warriors who had fought against insurmountable odds, of mothers who had shielded their children against the storms of life, and of countless souls who had risen up against tyranny and despair. Inspiration coursed through her veins as she drew strength from the legacy of those who had stood before her. The dragon, sensing the defiance in her heart, let out a wrathful roar, a sound that reverberated like thunder across the mountains. The battle was not merely physical. It was a clash of ideals. It was a struggle between the light of hope and the shadows of despair that had haunted humanity for ages. Each flap of the dragon's wings sent ripples of fear coursing through the hearts of the onlookers. Yet amidst the fear, a spark ignited. The people around the woman grasped each other's hands, uniting in their shared resolve. They knew the dragon was not just a beast. It was an embodiment of their collective struggles, their unspoken fears and unhealed wounds. With a fierce determination, the woman raised her voice, breaking through the cacophony of chaos. Her words cut through the flames and echoed like a bell of hope, calling forth the strength lying dormant within those around her. We are not alone. We are not powerless. Each syllable resonated with the weight of centuries, building a bridge between the past and the present. Your fears do not define you. Stand with me. As her voice soared, the dragon hesitated, momentarily caught off guard by the sheer force of her conviction. It was a moment of vulnerability, a crack in its armor that whispered of doubt. The flames that had once consumed the landscape now flickered, wavering in the face of unity. The woman harnessed that moment, channeling the energy of countless souls who had dared to fight back against the darkness. With newfound strength, she took a step forward, her hand outstretched, not in a gesture of defiance but in an invitation. The people around her surged with courage, their hearts beating as one. Together, they faced the dragon, not with weapons drawn, but with the unwavering power of hope. Their cries echoed in the air, a symphony of resilience that was more powerful than any fire. The dragon, fierce and daunting, felt the tide beginning to turn. It unleashed a searing breath, flames leaping forth like angry serpents. But the woman stood firm, and in that moment, a brilliant light burst forth from within her. It radiated outward, illuminating the darkness that threatened to engulf them. The energy swirled and danced, intertwining with the embers of fear, transforming them into sparks of inspiration. The dragon recoiled, momentarily blinded by the brilliance. As she stepped closer, the woman understood that this was not simply a battle of strength. It was a confrontation of beliefs. The dragon was not just a beast to be slain, but a reflection of the struggles within each person. They had all faced their own dragons: fear, doubt, despair. She realized that the true power lay in embracing those shadows, in refusing to let them dictate their destiny. With the courage of 1,000 ancestors behind her, the woman raised her voice once more, her words a battle cry echoing through the air. Together we can conquer. Together, we are unbreakable. The people surged forward, a tide of determination, their spirits intertwining around her, pushing back against the darkness that loomed overhead. The dragon blinked, a flicker of uncertainty crossing its eyes. The flames it had wielded, once a weapon of terror, now flickered weakly in the face of the unity that had blossomed. The very fabric of the battle shifted, threads of hope entwining with despair, creating a tapestry of resilience. In that charged atmosphere, history was being made. But the dragon was not finished yet. It roared once more, a sound that reverberated through the hills, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Its wings beat fiercely, and the flames erupted anew, a last stand against the rising tide of hope. This was not just a physical confrontation. It was the culmination of all battles fought throughout the ages, the tension between light and darkness, despair and hope, chaos and order. The sky crackled with energy as the woman and her allies prepared for the final confrontation. Their hearts raced, breaths quickened, and the air was thick with the electricity of impending fate. In that moment, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge between destruction and salvation, as the woman prepared to face the dragon that had haunted humanity for eternity. The ocean churned violently, waves crashing against one another, as if the very earth was trying to resist some dark force rising from its depths. A storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds rolling in like harbingers of doom. Somewhere in the distance, a figure emerged, rising from the seething waters, cloaked in shadows that twisted and turned like living nightmares. It was a sight that sent chills down the spine of anyone who gazed upon it. A monstrous entity, born not of nature but of fear itself. This was no ordinary beast but a symbol of an age-old prophecy, a whisper of an ancient truth that had clawed its way through the annals of history. For centuries, scribes and scholars had penned their fears about the coming of the Antichrist, a figure expected to bring chaos and destruction. Nations had risen and fallen, blood spilled in the name of faith, all in an effort to stave off the darkness they believed was lurking just beneath the surface. As the dark figure rose higher, it was met with a storm of emotions, horror, anguish, and a sense of inevitability. The waters around it roared as though they were alive, echoing the heartbeat of the world. This beast had the power to mesmerize and petrify, its scales glistening in the fleeting light, each plate a reminder of the trials humanity had faced over the centuries. It was said that the Antichrist would have the body of a man yet bear the ferocity of 1,000 lions. And here, before the wide-eyed populace, was a creature that embodied both terror and allure. People gathered on the shore, their breaths hitching in their throats. Each person felt an electric charge in the air, a sense that history was about to be written in crimson ink. The stories of the past echoed in their minds. The rise of empires, the fall of kingdoms, and the unquenchable thirst for power that had led many to sacrifice their very souls. They remembered the prophecies of Daniel, the visions of John, each word laced with the weight of time. Was this the moment when all those fears would manifest? As the creature emerged fully from the sea, it displayed a countenance that was both terrifying and strangely beautiful. The eyes were like swirling galaxies, dark and deep, pulling in the very light around them. It opened its jaws, revealing rows of razor-like teeth that glinted menacingly in the dim light. Its roar echoed across the land, reverberating through the bones of those who witnessed it. Hearts raced, some began to scream, while others stood frozen as if stuck in a painting, unable to turn away from the horror that was unfolding before them. The whispers of ancient texts floated through the air, a cacophony of dread and fascination. Who would dare to follow this monstrous figure? Would they submit willingly, or would they rather perish than bow to the force that promised dominion over all? The beast from the sea was more than just an entity. It was a promise of chaos and a test of faith, a challenge to every soul to stand firm or be swept away by the tide of despair. In the days that followed, towns and cities began to shift. People spoke of new leaders rising, charismatic figures who inspired both hope and fear. They spoke of miracles performed and wonders seen, but beneath the surface lay an unsettling truth. There was something sinister about the way these leaders attracted followers, how their words dripped with honey yet laced with poison. The air grew thick with tension as the whispers of the beast began to manifest in the policies of nations, in the eyes of those who sought power. As the world became increasingly polarized, the figure of the Antichrist loomed large in the collective consciousness. Was he among them, hidden in plain sight? The fear of that question gnawed at the edges of society, festered in the hearts of the faithful, and drove many to act in desperate ways. In the markets, on the streets, and in the halls of power, conversations spiraled into fervent discussions of right and wrong, good and evil. The line blurred as people sought clarity in a world that seemed intent on chaos. In a small town, a humble preacher stood before his congregation, sweat glistening on his brow as he urged them to remain steadfast. "The beast will come," he said, his voice trembling yet strong. "Do not be deceived by false prophets. Hold tight to your faith." Yet, even as he spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What if he was wrong? What if the very darkness he warned them against had already infiltrated their lives? Days turned into weeks, and the tension only grew. People began to report strange occurrences, symbols appearing in the night sky, shadows lurking in corners, an overall sense of dread that began to permeate even the brightest moments. Paranoia spread like wildfire, leading friends to turn against one another, families to fracture, and communities to splinter. The beast from the sea was no longer just a distant terror. It was a reality that seeped into their lives, twisting their beliefs, fueling their fears. In the midst of this chaos, a cult began to gather followers, promising salvation through the very darkness people feared. Charismatic leaders emerged, their words cutting through the tension like a knife, drawing crowds into their fold. The allure of power and security promised by the beast was too potent to resist. History sang a haunting tune of collaboration with evil, and here it was again, echoing through the ages, reaching out for those willing to grasp it. The ocean roared once more, resonating with the heartbeat of the world. The rise of the Antichrist was no mere story. It was a living nightmare, one that had washed ashore and taken root in the hearts of men. As humanity teetered on the edge, the air crackled with an energy that hinted at what was to come. The storm was far from over. It had merely just begun. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper forgotten secrets. In a small, crowded market square, vendors shouted over one another, their voices mingling with the sweet scent of spices and the rich aroma of baked bread. Yet, beneath this vibrant surface lay an undercurrent of fear and uncertainty, a gnawing sense that something monumental was about to change the very fabric of life. In the midst of this chaos, a young woman named Miriam stood frozen, her heart racing. She clutched a small parchment in her hand, the ink barely dry. It bore a symbol she had seen only in hushed conversations and dark alleys, a mark, ominous and foreboding, that represented more than mere allegiance. It was a seal of identity that promised security and prosperity, but at a terrible cost. Miriam's thoughts drifted back to the stories her grandmother would tell on stormy nights, when the wind howled like a beast outside. "There will come a time," she would say, her voice trembling, "when the world will demand a choice, a mark that binds and defines." The chilling echoes of those warnings resonated now in Miriam's mind. The world was shifting, and fear was tightening its grip. In that same market square, an old man observed the bustling crowd. His name was Caleb, a once respected scholar whose once vibrant eyes were now clouded with disillusionment. Years of studying ancient texts had led him to one conclusion. The mark was more than a symbol. It was a line drawn in the sand, a beacon for those who sought safety in a time of chaos. But safety came with chains, and Caleb had long since chosen his path. Freedom over submission, even if it led to solitude. As the evening wore on, whispers began to circulate. A new order was rising, one that promised not only protection but also prosperity. Merchants spoke of a powerful figure, a leader charismatic enough to rally the masses under a single banner. "All you need to do is accept the mark," they urged, eyes glinting with greed. "It will grant you access to everything: food, shelter, safety, life itself." Miriam felt her pulse quicken. She wasn't naive. She had heard the stories of people who had succumbed to the fear, who had willingly accepted the mark in exchange for the illusion of security. Yet, as the sun set, a storm brewed within her. The mark was a choice, but what lay behind that choice? How many souls had been lost in the pursuit of safety? Caleb, sensing the turmoil around him, stepped forward. His voice, once strong and booming, now trembled with urgency. "Listen to me," he cried, drawing the attention of the crowd. "This mark is an illusion, promises everything but gives nothing. It binds you to a system built on fear and control. You must not let it define who you are." The murmurs of the crowd swelled, some nodding in agreement while others glared at him, eyes filled with fear. "What do you offer instead?" A voice called from the back, dripping with skepticism. "You speak of freedom, but what is freedom without food in our bellies?" As the tension mounted, Miriam felt a powerful surge of emotion. She had lived in fear, feeling the weight of expectation from her family, her community. But now, as she watched Caleb stand alone against the tide, a spark ignited within her. "I want to be free," she shouted, her voice echoing through the square. "I refuse to let a mark define my worth." In that moment, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. It was a call to arms, a rallying cry that stirred something deep within. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was an unspoken dread. The mark was more than just a choice. It was a reflection of their identities, of their alliances. To reject it meant more than risking comfort. It meant facing the unknown. The shadows lengthened, and as night enveloped the market square, figures cloaked in darkness began to emerge. They moved silently, their eyes glinting with a predatory curiosity. Miriam's heart raced as she recognized them, the enforcers of the new order, the ones who dealt in fear and compliance. They were a reminder that rejecting the mark was not just a personal choice. It could lead to dire consequences. Caleb stood firm, his voice steady despite the encroaching darkness. "We must stand together. Our true identity is not in a mark, but in our choices, in our courage to stand against tyranny." But the enforcers moved closer, their presence insidious and menacing. Miriam's breath caught in her throat as she clutched the parchment tighter, the mark burning against her skin like a brand. The crowd began to murmur uneasily, torn between the desire for freedom and the fear of the unknown. She could sense the struggle within them, a battle of allegiance that would shape their fates. The enforcers halted, their gaze sweeping across the crowd. "You have a choice to make," one of them declared, voice cold and unyielding. "Embrace the mark, and you will be safe. Refuse, and you will face the consequences." Miriam's pulse raced as she felt the oppressive weight of their words. The mark was a lure, promising safety while binding them to a dark destiny. Yet, she could see the flicker of defiance in some eyes around her, the courage to stand up against the looming threat. In that moment, the fear in the air morphed into something palpable, an electrifying tension that united them as they grappled with the weight of their identity and the allegiances they held dear. Would they allow themselves to be defined by fear, or would they choose to rise, to fight for what they believed in? With resolve building within her, Miriam took a step forward, heart pounding in her chest, eyes blazing with determination. The choice was no longer just hers. It was a collective stand against oppression, a confrontation of identity that would reverberate for generations to come. And as the night deepened, the mark loomed large, a symbol of both fear and the possibility of defiance, echoing in the hearts of all who dared to dream of freedom. A hush fell over the crowd gathered on the rocky slopes of Mount Zion. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting rays of golden light that danced like whispers across the faces of those present. In the distance, an electric hum filled the air, vibrating with an energy that made the hair on the back of one's neck stand on end. It was a moment poised on the edge of something monumental, something that would alter the course of history forever. At the forefront stood the Lamb, radiant and pure, the embodiment of hope and redemption. His presence was magnetic, drawing hearts and souls toward him as if he were a beacon in a storm. Around him, the 144,000, marked with a divine seal, glimmered with an ethereal light. These were not just ordinary men and women. They were a chosen remnant, each one a testament to faith in the face of life's fiercest battles. They wore their scars like badges of honor, a silent acknowledgement of the trials they had endured. As the moment unfolded, a symphony of voices erupted, harmonizing in a song that echoed through the ages, a melody rich with the sweetness of victory. These were not just words, but the very essence of their journey, each note a reminder of their struggles, their losses, and their unwavering courage. It was a song that would be sung through the annals of time, a testament to those who dared to stand firm against the tide of despair. The air thickened with anticipation as the Lamb looked out over the assembled multitude. His gaze was piercing, yet filled with compassion. He understood their fears, their doubts, the weight of the world that pressed down on their shoulders. Yet, in his eyes, there was a promise of deliverance and a future bathed in light. The crowd leaned in, their hearts pounding, as they sensed the gravity of the moment. From the shadows emerged a figure, a harbinger of chaos and darkness. The enemy lurked, ever present, seeking to sow doubt and fear among the faithful. But even in the face of despair, the 144,000 stood strong, their resolve unwavering. They had faced persecution, ridicule, and loss, but they understood that their battle was not against flesh and blood. It was a cosmic struggle for the very soul of humanity. The Lamb raised his hand, and a hush fell over the cacophony of doubt. "Fear not," he called, his voice resonating like thunder, yet soothing like a gentle breeze. "This is the hour of vindication. This is the time when the faithful will rise, and the wicked will be cast down." The declaration sent tremors through the assembly, igniting a fire within their spirits. As the vision of victory unfolded, the sky erupted into a whirl of colors, a divine display that painted the heavens. The clouds parted, revealing a radiant throne surrounded by angels, their wings shimmering like precious jewels. The atmosphere crackled with divine energy, the promise of God unfurling like a banner of hope. The 144,000 stood in awe, their hearts swelling with pride and belonging, each one knowing they were part of something far greater than themselves. With each passing moment, the intensity grew. The Lamb's voice boomed, a clarion call that reverberated through the very fabric of existence. "You have been marked. You have been chosen for this hour." The ground shook beneath them, as if the earth itself responded to the proclamation. The faithful raised their hands, a collective gesture of surrender, ready to receive the blessings that awaited them. The tension was palpable, an exquisite blend of fear and exhilaration. The enemy watched from a distance, cloaked in shadows, their hearts bitter. They had tried to extinguish the light, to snuff out the flame of faith with lies and intimidation. But now, they were faced with a force that could not be defeated. The very essence of hope stood before them, a lamb ready to lead his flock to victory. As the moment reached its crescendo, the sound of a trumpet pierced the heavens, a clarion call that echoed through the ages. The 144,000 turned their eyes toward Zion, where the Lamb awaited them, crowned in glory. They felt the weight of their mission, the urgency of the hour, and the depth of the love that compelled them forward. They would not falter. They would not waver. In that breathtaking moment, time seemed to stand still. Visions of past struggles rushed through their minds, each pain, each tear, each moment of doubt now transformed into stepping stones that led them to this very place. The paths they had walked, the battles they had fought, all converged into a singular moment of triumph. They remembered the faces of those who had fallen, the ones who had whispered words of encouragement, the memories that fueled their fire. The Lamb beckoned them closer, and one by one, they stepped forward, hearts racing, tears streaming down their faces. Each step echoed with the weight of their shared experiences, a reminder that they were not alone in this fight. They had carried one another through the darkest valleys, lifting each other's spirits when the weight of the world felt unbearable. With every heartbeat, the promise of victory drew nearer, the air thick with expectancy. The enemy stood on the fringes, watching in disbelief as the faithful gathered, united by love and purpose. They had underestimated the power of conviction, the strength found in community. The Lamb's presence was a harbinger of hope, and the faithful understood that they were on the brink of something extraordinary. The moment of reckoning was at hand, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The 144,000 understood their calling. It was not merely to witness victory, but to embody it, to carry the message of hope to a world in desperate need. And as the Lamb opened his arms wide, welcoming them into his embrace, they felt all doubt melt away, replaced by an unshakable certainty. Mount Zion shone brighter than ever, a beacon of light that pierced through the darkness. The faithful stood together, hearts aligned, ready to march forward into the unknown, united by their faith, their love, and the promise of victory that awaited them. The echoes of their song rang out, a beautiful tapestry of voices woven together in harmony, crossing the threshold of despair into the light of hope. As they sang, the darkness retreated, the shadows fled, and the light of the Lamb illuminated their path toward a future filled with promise. The air crackled with an unsettling energy, heavy with dread and the faint scent of ash. This was a moment that would echo through time, where history took a dark turn. The sky, once serene, now swirled with ominous clouds, casting a shadow over the land. The cries of the afflicted rose like a mournful song, resonating with the hearts of those who dared to listen. They could sense it, that something terrible was on the horizon. A reckoning, a culmination of anguish that would leave no soul untouched. As the first bowl was poured, a silence fell over the earth. Those who witnessed it could hardly breathe, their eyes wide with terror. The bowl of the fierce and vengeful anger of God spilled forth, unleashing painful sores upon the wicked. These were not mere blemishes. They were festering wounds, symbols of every sin and betrayal, each one a reminder of choices that led humanity down a path of darkness. The afflicted writhed in agony, their cries echoing through the valleys, as if the very ground was mourning for them. The second bowl followed swiftly, a swift, merciless act that turned the seas to blood, the waters now a grotesque mirror of their own sins. Fish floated lifeless on the surface, and the once bustling ports fell eerily silent. A putrid stench filled the air, a reminder of death and the consequences of selfishness. People stood on the shores, speechless and horrified, as a once bountiful gift became a graveyard. Their hands trembled as they watched the destruction unfold, their hearts sinking with the realization that this was just the beginning. With the third bowl, the rivers and springs followed suit, turning into blood. This was not a mere coincidence. It was a divine response for the bloodshed by those who walked the earth with malice. The tainted waters served as a bitter warning, a reflection of humanity's willingness to harm without consequence. Those who had once reveled in power and control now found themselves at the mercy of their own deeds. In the distance, a figure stood, resolute, bearing witness to the unfolding horror. A fire burned in their eyes, the conviction that justice would not be denied. Then came the fourth bowl, scorching the earth with blistering heat. The sun blazed down mercilessly, and instead of seeking redemption, the people cursed the very source of their suffering. They turned their faces to the heavens, shaking their fists, blinded by fury and despair. Yet amidst their anger, a flicker of fear ignited in their hearts. It was a chilling realization that they were not simply suffering. They were being hunted by their own choices, an inescapable fate that loomed like a dark cloud overhead. The fifth bowl descended upon the throne of the beast, plunging the kingdom of darkness into chaos. The very heart of evil was struck, and in its torment, the beast's followers found themselves enveloped in darkness. It was a darkness that could be felt, a suffocating weight that pressed down on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Fear and confusion rippled through their ranks, as whispers of doubt began to spread like wildfire. The once loyal servants turned on each other, their trust shattered in the face of looming despair. Then came the sixth bowl, and with it, the great river Euphrates dried up, a chilling prelude to the final battle. This was no ordinary drying. It was a preparation for something monumental, an invitation to the kings of the earth to gather for the ultimate confrontation. The spirits of demons emerged, twisting the hearts of men, stirring within them a desire for chaos rather than peace. They marched, blinded by ambition, toward a destiny they could not comprehend. As the seventh bowl was poured, the culmination of all anguish and sorrow erupted into the skies. A great voice declared, "It is done!" The earth trembled beneath the weight of those words, and every corner of creation felt the impact. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a great earthquake shattered the foundations of cities. Walls crumbled, and the cries of the people were swallowed by the chaos. The once thriving metropolis became a desolate wasteland, echoes of laughter and life replaced by silence and despair. Buildings crumbled like sandcastles before a raging tide, and with them fell the dreams and ambitions of countless souls. The people staggered in disbelief, their eyes wide with terror as the very world they had known disintegrated around them. Everything that had been built on greed, deceit, and hatred now lay in ruins. In these final moments, the truth became undeniable. They were not just victims of fate but architects of their own destruction. Their hearts, swollen with pride, had led them to this brink, and now they stood at the edge, peering into the abyss of their own making. Yet, amidst the chaos and ruin, a glimmer of hope flickered in the hearts of a few. They were not just witnesses to destruction. They were seekers of light in the darkest of times. They clung to the belief that even from the ashes, something new could rise. But as the ground shook beneath their feet, they understood that the path forward would be fraught with challenges, trials that would test the very essence of their souls. This was the world on the brink of transformation, where the boundaries of despair and hope blurred. As the dust settled, a haunting silence engulfed the earth, leaving only the echoes of anguish and the faint whispers of what was yet to come. In this moment of stillness, the stage was set for the next act, a battle not just against forces seen but unseen, a struggle that would resonate across eternity. The clock ticked ominously, each second carrying the weight of destiny, and the world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The air was thick with dread, a palpable tension that hung like a shroud over the world. A strange silence enveloped the streets, as if every living being sensed the impending doom. Shadows stretched ominously across the ground, and there was a murmur, a whisper of something terrible approaching. In this moment, the worshippers of the beast stood oblivious to the dark tide that was rising against them, their hearts hardened by the allure of power and false promises. As twilight descended, a sudden, fierce light split the horizon, burning brighter than the sun itself. It was a sign, a herald of the chaos to come. In a realm where hope and despair clashed like titans, the first bowl of wrath was poured out, spilling forth a liquid fury that would leave its mark upon the land and its people. The bowls had been prepared, waiting in the wings of fate, and now they were unleashed, not just as a punishment but as a revelation of the twisted loyalties that had led to such a fate. People crowded around their idols, revering the beast, their faces alight with fervor and zeal. But as the golden glow of their worship dulled, a wave of pain washed over them, inexplicably tearing through their flesh. The first bowl struck like a thief in the night, crafting sores that erupted like angry volcanoes upon their skin. These were not mere blemishes, but festering wounds that symbolized their choices, their allegiance to the dark power that promised everything but delivered only suffering. The cries of agony pierced the night, echoing through the empty streets. The air was laced with the scent of decay, a reminder of the choices made by those too desperate to see the truth. The sores throbbed and oozed, a grotesque testament to their worship, as if the very essence of their devotion had turned against them. They clawed at their flesh, trying to rid themselves of the marks, but only found themselves sinking deeper into despair. In ancient cities, where temples once stood tall and proud, now lay crumbling altars, each one a tribute to the beast. The faithful became the afflicted, their adoration twisted into grotesque agony. People stumbled into one another, eyes wide with shock and horror, seeking solace in a world that had betrayed them. Their skin, once vibrant and alive, was now a canvas of pain and suffering, each sore a reminder of their folly. Amongst the chaos, there were whispers of old prophecies, tales that spoke of judgment and calamity. The elders, those who had seen the rise and fall of empires, gathered in hushed circles, recalling the stories of plagues that had swept through the land. They shared tales of Babylon, a city once mighty, now a symbol of the consequences of blind worship. The echoes of the past rang through their voices, carrying the weight of history that warned against the empty promises of power. The wounds were more than skin deep. They delved into the very souls of the afflicted. With each passing moment, the festering sores betrayed the loyalty they had pledged to the beast, transforming their bodies into shrines of sorrow. They had traded their freedom for chains forged from darkness, and as the first bowl poured out its contents, their fate was sealed in the annals of time. Those who had once laughed and danced in the streets now stumbled, their laughter twisted into cries of despair. The darkness that had surrounded them like a warm embrace now turned cold and suffocating. In the midst of their pain, they looked to the heavens, searching for answers that would never come. The stars, once guides of hope, faded into obscurity, leaving only the vast, empty sky to mock their suffering. A mother clutched her child, her heart breaking as she watched the sores creep across the tiny body. The child whimpered, innocent and unaware of the choice that had led them to this moment. In that heart-wrenching instant, the mother understood the depth of their worship, a blind faith that had promised protection but delivered only horror. She rocked her child gently, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she whispered words of love and regret, praying for a miracle that would never arrive. In the flickering shadows of the night, some began to turn on one another, their fear morphing into rage. Blame became a weapon, striking down those who had once stood side by side in their devotion. Accusations flew like arrows, piercing the already fragile bonds of community, as their shared agony transformed into a twisted spectacle of survival. The beast, once a beacon of power, now left them in ruins, an empire built on sand, crumbling under the weight of its own deceit. The ground trembled, a reminder that the earth itself bore witness to their suffering. It was not just the worshippers who bore the brunt of the first bowl. The very land cried out in anguish as the skies darkened. Nature, once a faithful ally, now turned hostile, as storms brewed and winds howled, echoing the turmoil within the hearts of those cursed by their choices. As the moon hung low, casting an eerie glow over the chaos, the afflicted looked around, desperation etched onto their features. The darkness of their past loomed large, but amidst the suffering, a flicker of rebellion began to stir. Those who had lost everything realized that they were more than just pawns in a game of power. They were survivors, united by their pain, and in their anguish, they began to forge a bond that no idol could break. With each passing moment, the first bowl unleashed its wrath, and the world shifted around them. The echoes of old prophecies grew louder, reverberating through the air like a desperate call to stand against the dark power that had ensnared them. Together, they felt a flicker of hope, a unity born from suffering that could rise against the beast. But even as the first bowl poured forth its fury, the shadows continued to gather, weaving a dark tapestry of fate that awaited them. For the story was far from over. The night was just beginning, and with it, the promise of more horrors to come. The air crackled with tension, a storm of emotions swirling through the hearts of those who dared to stand against despair. The battle against darkness had only just begun, and the cries of the afflicted would soon rise into a thunderous roar. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie orange glow over the water, as if the world itself were holding its breath. Waves lapped at the shore, a rhythmic sound that had once been soothing, now felt like a sinister whisper. Fishermen, their nets heavy with the day's catch, paused, looking out at the horizon that shimmered like a cruel mirage. Something was wrong. A feeling of dread twisted in their stomachs, heavy and foreboding. As the twilight deepened, the first signs of change appeared. A darkening patch on the sea spread slowly but deliberately, crawling like a shadow across the surface. Children, laughing and playing along the beach, suddenly fell silent, their innocent giggles replaced by a palpable tension. The air thickened, charged with unspoken fear. It was as if the sea itself was brewing a storm, not of wind and rain, but of something far more sinister. The fishermen exchanged worried glances. They had seen the sea's moods before, stormy, calm, vengeful, but never like this. They knew the legends passed down through generations, tales of blood in the water and the wrath of deities angered by humanity's hubris. But his was different. This felt real, palpable. It was as if the ocean itself was bleeding. Dark tendrils slithered across the surface, tendrils that glimmered in the fading light like grotesque ribbons of ink. The first splash hit the shore, and with it came a stench so foul it made the fishermen gag. It was the smell of death, of something long lost to corruption. Panic seized them, and they scrambled to gather their catch, their small boats bobbing nervously in the shallow water. The laughter of children turned to screams as they ran away from the encroaching horror. With each passing moment, the sea transformed more and more. It wasn't just the color that changed. It was the very essence of the water. As if touched by an unseen hand, the once vibrant blues morphed into a deep, unsettling crimson. The waves crashed against the rocks, the sound now a grotesque symphony of despair. Fish floated lifelessly, their scales glinting like shards of shattered glass in the dying light. The fishermen reeled in their nets, only to find them filled not with the bounty of the sea, but with the remnants of life, mangled bodies of fish, slick and lifeless, mingling with the dark red water. A wave of nausea rolled through them as they realized the ancient warnings were coming to pass. As if the very sea had turned against them, a message from the depths, a reckoning for all the years of overfishing and pollution, a darkness that had festered beneath the surface, waiting for this moment. In the nearby village, people crowded into the square, eyes wide with disbelief. Whispers spread like wildfire. The sea has turned to blood. Mothers clutched their children. Men spoke in hushed tones, trying to make sense of the chaos. It was an omen, they said, a sign of the end times. The old priest, his face ashen, muttered about ancient prophecies. The scriptures had warned them, but who had listened? The moon rose higher, casting a ghostly light that illuminated the now bloodied shore. Shadows danced along the beach as villagers gathered, drawn by an unseen force. They stood in stunned silence, watching the spectacle unfold before them. It was mesmerizing and terrifying all at once, the gruesome beauty of a world spiraling out of control. The air crackled with energy, tension thick enough to slice. A child, fearless and naive, stepped forward, eyes wide with wonder. "Look!" she cried, pointing at the water. The others turned, breath caught in their throats. From the depths, something stirred. A ripple, then another, as if the ocean were alive, writhing with something dark, something waiting to be unleashed. The villagers gasped, a collective intake of breath, a mix of curiosity and sheer terror. Suddenly, a great wave surged forward, crashing against the rocks with the force of fury. The blood-red water splashed over the beach, splattering the villagers' feet, a grotesque baptism that sent them stumbling back. Screams erupted as the realization sank in. This was not just a natural disaster. It was a warning, a harbinger of doom. The ocean, once a source of life and sustenance, had become a monstrous entity, a reflection of the sins of mankind. And then came the first signs of the creatures lurking beneath. Shadows darted beneath the surface, their forms twisted and grotesque, a reflection of the darkness in human hearts. With each ripple, the villagers felt the weight of their own guilt, the burden of their failures. The sea had eyes now, watchful, accusing. It was a reckoning they couldn't escape, no matter how fast they ran. Fear gripped their hearts as the sounds of thrashing filled the air, a cacophony of panic. The fishermen's boats, once symbols of hope, were now vessels of dread, bobbing helplessly in the crimson tide. The sea was hungry, and the villagers could feel it. The darkness that had lingered just beneath the surface was now pouring forth, hungry for retribution. They stood frozen, paralyzed by the sight of the once mighty ocean, now a nightmare come to life. The blood-red waves continued to swell, rising higher, threatening to swallow them whole. The air was electric, charged with an unspeakable tension. Mothers clutched their children tighter. Men hardened their resolve, each heart pounding like a drum of war. This was a battle they had never prepared to fight. As the night deepened, the weight of their history pressed down on them, a reminder that their actions had consequences. The sea, once a source of life, now served as a mirror to their own souls. The waves crashed, each one a reminder of lives taken, of the balance disrupted. The villagers could only stand and watch as the blood-red sea continued its relentless advance, a wave of despair crashing over them, pulling them into its depths. And in that moment, the world stood still, caught in the grip of a premonition that echoed through the ages. The sea was the judge, the jury, and now it was ready to deliver its verdict. The sound of rushing water filled their ears, a chilling reminder of what was to come. There was no escape, no refuge. The reckoning had begun, and it was only the beginning of a darkness that would consume them all. The air hung thick with a sense of dread, a stillness that felt unnatural as the sun dipped below the horizon. In the small village of Ebon Hollow, the river that had always shimmered like liquid silver now flowed murky and ash-colored. It whispered haunting stories of what had been, of laughter and life, now eerily replaced by a silence that wrapped around the village like a shroud. Children, once bursting with energy, now played in the shadows, their smiles fading as they watched the river with wary eyes. It was no longer the source of joy, but a lurking monster, a reminder of the fragility of existence. The elders spoke in hushed tones, their faces drawn with worry, casting furtive glances at the water that had sustained them for generations, now turning against them in a cruel twist of fate. A rumor began to murmur through the village, a chilling tale of a factory built upstream, where men in gray uniforms worked tirelessly under flickering lights, their faces hidden behind masks. The machines roared day and night, grinding out products with a relentless hunger that seemed to consume everything in its path. As the river was siphoned for their operations, it grew weaker, its life force dwindling until it could barely hold onto the secrets of the past. At the center of it all stood Miriam, a young woman with eyes like storm clouds, filled with determination and fear. She had watched her family thrive by the river, her father fishing and her mother tending to the gardens that bloomed so vibrantly beside the water. Now, with the river poisoned, those memories felt like fragile glass, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. The villagers looked to her, hoping she might find a way to save their beloved river, their lifeblood slowly being choked away. One evening, as twilight draped its cloak over Ebon Hollow, Miriam stood at the water's edge, her heart racing. She knelt beside the bank, fingertips brushing over the dirt where grass had begun to wilt. The river seemed to whisper to her, a soft call that sent chills down her spine. It told her of the fish that once swam freely, of the children who splashed and laughed without a care. But now, the water was thick and dark, hiding a darkness that threatened to swallow them all. A shout broke the silence, and Miriam turned to see a group of children gathered near the riverbank, their faces twisted in confusion and fear. A boy, no more than 8, stumbled back, his hands clutching his stomach, a look of horror etched across his features. "It hurts!" he cried, doubling over as the others stepped back in shock. Cold dread settled in Miriam's stomach. This was the moment they had all feared. The water had claimed its first victim. With the rush of urgency, Miriam dashed toward the boy, her heart pounding in her ears. The villagers gathered around, their faces a tapestry of worry and despair. The boy lay on the ground, his skin pale and clammy, sweat beading on his brow. "What happened?" someone shouted, panic rising like smoke in the air. "I drank from the river," he cried, his voice trembling. "I thought it was still safe." His words landed like stones in the hearts of everyone present. They had all assumed it was still safe, that the river would protect them. Now realization sunk in, heavy and oppressive. As night crept in, a sense of urgency ignited within Miriam. The factory loomed nearby, a dark silhouette against the starlit sky, and she felt a fire ignite within her. They had to confront the source of their suffering. With a determined nod, she gathered a handful of villagers, their eyes glistening with fear but also with a flicker of hope. They had to act before it was too late. The factory stood like a beast in the night, its walls grimy and oppressive, shedding no light, no warmth. As they approached, the distant hum of machinery roared to life, an unholy symphony that echoed in the stillness. The air grew heavy with the stench of chemicals, an invisible wall that seemed to push them back. Yet, driven by desperation, they pressed on. Miriam led the group, her heart racing as she climbed a rickety staircase to a landing that overlooked the factory floor. Below, men and women toiled under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights, their faces strained and weary, shadows of what they once were. But it wasn't the workers that caught Miriam's attention. It was the vats, large, bubbling containers filled with strange, colorful liquids that glistened like jewels, waiting to be unleashed into the river. "Stop!" she shouted, her voice cutting through the mechanical noise. The workers paused, eyes wide in confusion. "You're poisoning the river. You're killing us." Her words echoed in the cavernous space, a plea wrapped in desperation. Laughter erupted from the back, harsh and mocking, as a figure stepped forward. He wore a crisp suit, a sharp contrast to the grime of the factory. "You think you can just waltz in here and dictate how we run our business?" His voice dripped with disdain. "This is progress, girl. You're too blind to see it." But Miriam's eyes burned with fire as she stepped closer. Progress at what cost? Our lives? Our future? Each word was a strike against the walls of indifference, each syllable a drumbeat of urgency. A flicker of uncertainty crossed the man's face, and for a moment, the factory seemed to hold its breath. Yet, before she could say more, the ground trembled beneath them. A sudden crash echoed through the factory, and the lights flickered ominously. Panic set in as workers scrambled to regain control, sliding into chaos. The vats quivered as if alive, and in that instant Miriam understood. The factory wasn't just a place of labor. It was a beast desperate to protect its secrets. The confrontation escalated, urgency clashing with defiance. And in that chaos, Miriam felt the weight of her village's heart beating in sync with her own. She couldn't turn away, not now. Not when hope flickered like a fragile flame against the despair that threatened to swallow them whole. The sun hung high in the sky, a merciless orb that cast a blinding light over a land parched and cracked, its very essence a testament to the relentless heat. For those who roamed this desolate expanse, each step felt like a battle against an unseen adversary. The air shimmered, raising phantom mirages that danced just out of reach, taunting weary travelers who trudged onward, desperate for relief. In the distant past, when empires rose and fell like the tides, the fourth bowl of God's wrath poured down from the heavens with a fury unmatched. It was said that this bowl contained the essence of the sun itself and unleashed a scorching heat that would sear the very soul. The inhabitants of the earth were unprepared for the pain and suffering that would ensue as this divine judgment fell upon them. Histories of ancient civilizations whispered of a time when the elements turned against humanity, their fury igniting like a wild fire across the plains. The farmers who once tended their flourishing fields now stared at the lifeless soil, fingers trembling as they recalled the feel of cool earth beneath their hands. Livestock lay in agony, their eyes sunken and pleading, longing for a drop of salvation. The vibrant hues of life faded into shades of despair. Cities that once bustled with joy and laughter now stood like ghosts, their streets empty and silent, save for the whisper of the hot wind that carried with it the scent of ash and regret. The sun blazed overhead, indifferent to the suffering it caused, casting shadows that grew longer, more ominous, as the day wore on. Each moment stretched like a taut string, vibrating with the weight of unspoken fears. In the market square, an old man clutched a tattered hat to his forehead, shielding his eyes from the unyielding glare. His skin, once dark and full of life, now resembled the cracked earth below. He remembered the days when laughter echoed around him, the smell of fresh bread filling the air, and children playing without a care. Now, there was only silence, a haunting reminder of what once was. He whispered prayers into the wind, hoping for mercy that never came. The people who gathered in the remnants of their community shared glances heavy with despair. The elders spoke of ancient scrolls, predicting this very moment, a time when humanity would be tested beyond measure. They spoke of the wrath of the gods, how they had warned the people to turn away from their vices, yet they had ignored the signs. Each transgression had led them further down this path of destruction. As the sun reached its zenith, the heat intensified, an invisible force pressing down upon the population. The air crackled with a tension that was palpable, wrapping around them like a suffocating blanket. A child, no more than 7 summers old, collapsed on the ground, her small body too weak to withstand the punishing rays. Her mother rushed to her side, panic etched across her face. While she fanned her daughter with a makeshift fan, a group of men gathered, their faces lined with fear and determination. "We cannot let this continue. We must fight back," one of them declared, his voice rising above the oppressive heat. The others nodded, their spirits ignited by a flicker of hope amidst the despair. They felt the weight of their ancestors on their shoulders, remembered the stories of valor and resilience. They could not allow the fourth bowl to claim them without a fight. With each passing moment, the heat grew more unbearable, a palpable presence that threatened to swallow them whole. The men rallied together, determined to seek out the sacred river that had once flowed with life-giving water. It was a journey fraught with danger, but they believed that if they could reach the source, they might quench the flames that licked at their very souls. As they ventured into the heart of the scorched land, the air grew thick, suffused with a sense of foreboding. They pressed on, their feet moving over the cracked ground, the dry earth crumbling beneath their weight. The sun bore down on them, a relentless adversary, yet they pushed forward, fueled by the hope of salvation. In the distance, a mirage shimmered, a haunting illusion of water that beckoned to them. For a fleeting moment, their hearts soared, but as they drew closer, it evaporated, leaving behind only the bitter taste of disappointment. Yet, they pressed on, driven by the desperate need for relief and a chance to reclaim their lives. With the sky ablaze above them, they stumbled upon an ancient stone altar, half buried in the earth. It was adorned with inscriptions from a time long forgotten, stories of the past woven into the very fabric of the stones. The men gathered around, their hearts pounding, knowing that this could be their last hope. They prayed fervently, voices rising above the oppressive heat, calling out for the mercy of the divine. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, and a low rumble echoed through the air. The men exchanged terrified glances, their fears palpable. The heat intensified, the air charged with energy as if the very universe was responding to their cries. And then, a crack, a fissure opened in the ground, and a rush of cool air surged forth, a harbinger of the change that was to come. Hope flickered once more, igniting a flame of determination in their hearts. They could feel the shift in the atmosphere, the possibility of salvation drawing near. Yet, even as they stood at the precipice of what could be redemption, the shadows of doubt loomed large. Would they be able to harness this gift, or would the fourth bowl consume them entirely? The answer hung in the air, waiting to unfold, a lingering question that would echo through time. The sky thickened into a shroud of ominous black, a darkness so deep that it seemed to swallow the very essence of light. For miles, the land lay hushed, as if nature itself held its breath in anticipation of the calamity that was to unfold. Rumblings whispered through the air, a low growl of something sinister lurking just beyond the edge of comprehension. Shadows twisted unnaturally, eliciting a shiver that crawled up the spine of anyone who dared to venture outside. This was not just a night filled with clouds. It was an awakening of profound dread. In a village long forgotten by the passage of time, the inhabitants were unprepared for the horror that would soon erupt. They carried on with their daily lives, unaware that the fifth bowl had been poured out, a divine judgment that would drench their world in unending pain and darkness. The elders of the village spoke in hushed tones around flickering fires, their eyes darting nervously toward the horizon. They recalled legends of plagues and darkness that had once swept through lands, leaving devastation in their wake. But those were mere stories until now. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, a thick fog rolled in, wrapping around the huts like a serpent coiling around its prey. The air turned heavy with an unnatural chill, and an unsettling silence enveloped the village, broken only by the distant cries of unseen creatures. It was a silence that gripped the heart, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. The villagers, once bustling with life, now wore expressions of confusion and fear, their blood running cold as they felt an eerie presence pressing down upon them. Then came the first signs of calamity. A child, no older than 6, began to weep uncontrollably, clutching at his mother's skirts. "The shadows are coming!" he cried, his voice trembling with terror. The mother shushed him, brushing his fears aside. Yet deep down she felt an echo of foreboding. How could a child know such things? They had heard of darkness creeping into hearts, turning them to stone. Yet, no one believed this was real, that this darkness could be anything but a figment of imagination, a tale spun to frighten children. But as the sun disappeared completely, the darkness was punctuated by a sharp scream. In an instant, terror swept through the village like wildfire. The scream belonged to an old man, once wise and full of stories, now reduced to a quivering shadow of his former self. He stumbled into the village square, eyes wide with terror, his face pale as bone. "It's here! The darkness!" he gasped, collapsing to his knees. "It burns! It sears the soul! We are lost!" The villagers looked on in horror, their hearts pounding as a chilling wind swept through them. The very air crackled with an electric tension, as if the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. They could feel it now, a creeping sensation of dread that snaked around their throats, leaving them gasping for sanity. What had once been a peaceful night became a cacophony of chaos, with people running in every direction, desperate to escape the unseen terror. As they fled, whispers of despair filled the air. "The 5th bowl," some murmured. "It has come upon us." The legends told of bowls poured out by unseen hands, each one unleashing horrors that no mortal could bear. The first had brought forth plagues, the second famine, and the third fire. But the 5th bowl? It was said that it brought darkness so profound that even the bravest souls would tremble. The very thought paralyzed them, the darkness that snuffed out hope, that rendered the heart a cold, hollow shell. And then it came, thick and suffocating, wrapping around them like a vice. Some fell to their knees, hands clutching at their throats, gasping for air as shadows danced and twisted around them. The darkness was alive, a living entity that fed on fear and despair, its tendrils reaching into the very cores of their beings. Panic turned to madness as they clawed at their faces, trying to escape the unbearable weight of their own dread. The old man, still sprawled in the square, screamed again, this time a sound so primal it echoed through the very fabric of their reality. "Look within. It is us. We are the darkness." His words cut through the chaos, a bitter truth that struck home. They had turned from each other, from kindness and love, allowing shadows of greed and hatred to fester in their hearts. Now they stood on the precipice of their own doom, birthed by their own souls. As the villagers grappled with their own shadows, a flicker of light appeared in the distance. Some hesitated, the promise of light both a beacon of hope and a terrifying reminder of what they might have to face. But for others, the light was a siren's call, and they raced toward it, hearts filled with a desperate longing for salvation. The shadows writhed around them, gnashing their teeth, threatening to pull them back into the depths of despair. But there was no going back now. The darkness roared, a cacophony of anguish, clawing at the edges of their sanity. The cries of the villagers melded into a symphony of suffering, each note a reminder of their collective failures. They had nurtured the darkness within, and now it was time to confront it, to drag their demons into the light. Hope flickered like a candle in the wind, but they had to grasp it. In that moment, as despair and hope collided, the villagers realized that they were not alone. Even in the depths of pain, the flicker of connection remained. Yet, just as quickly as the light appeared, it dimmed. It flickered again, then vanished completely, leaving only the oppressive weight of darkness. A scream pierced the night, a sound that echoed with the agony of countless souls lost in the void. The realization struck them like a thunderbolt. The fifth bowl had only begun to unveil its horrors. The darkness was not just around them. It had seeped into their very beings, waiting to erupt in a maelstrom of chaos and pain. With hearts pounding and breaths ragged, the villagers stood on the brink of an abyss, caught in the throes of an ancient battle between light and dark. Each one felt the heavy hand of despair pressing down upon them. And yet, perhaps there was still a flicker of hope, however faint. Would they confront the darkness within, or let it consume them entirely? As shadows twisted and writhed, the choice remained tantalizingly close, yet horrifically far away. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red hue over the parched landscape of Megiddo. It was a place steeped in history, where the dust of countless battles whispered the tales of heroes and the echoes of long-dead warriors lingered in the air. Yet today, it carried an eerie silence, as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for something monumental to unfold. The ground trembled slightly, a subtle forewarning of the chaos that was about to erupt. High above, the sky darkened ominously, clouds swirling like an angry sea, pregnant with the weight of impending doom. In the very air, one could sense an electric charge, a merging of fate and fear. Men and women from distant lands found themselves drawn here, compelled by a force they could neither understand nor resist. They were gathered, each with their own reasons, but all united by a shared sense of destiny. Whispers of an ancient prophecy wove through the throng, igniting both hope and dread. Among them was Jonathan, a soldier from a faraway kingdom, who felt the weight of his sword at his side like an anchor. Memories of his fallen comrades flooded his mind, their laughter and bravery now mere shadows. He had come seeking redemption, a chance to fight for something greater than himself. Yet, standing in this crowd, anxiety gnawed at him. What awaited them? A battle? A reckoning? Or something far worse? Then there was Miriam, a healer with hands that had mended broken bones and soothed fevered brows. Her heart beat in sync with the pulse of the gathering storm, and she felt an unshakable connection to the land beneath her feet. She sensed the pain of the earth and the suffering of its people manifesting all around her. As she moved through the crowd, her instincts urged her to prepare, to gather herbs and supplies for the wounded. But what if there were no wounded to heal, only devastation? A chill swept through the air, and an unsettling stillness enveloped the assembly. The whispers of the crowd faded into a heavy silence as a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness. The man's presence was magnetic, drawing the attention of even the most skeptical. His voice echoed like thunder across the plain, filled with a charisma that sent shivers down spines. He spoke of divine judgment, the reckoning of nations, and the final confrontation between good and evil. Each word hung in the air, heavy with portent. As the figure gestured towards the horizon, the ground shook violently. Jonathan felt his heart race as the earth seemed to split before their eyes, fissures forming like jagged teeth in the landscape. From these crevices, dark forces began to rise. Shadowy figures that twisted and writhed, an army born from nightmares. The crowd gasped collectively, their expressions shifting from hope to horror. The prophecies were coming to life. Miriam's hands trembled as she clutched her satchel. Instinctively, she turned to Jonathan, her eyes wide with fear. "What do we do? How can we fight against that?" she shouted, her voice barely audible over the rising cacophony. But Jonathan was rooted in place, his mind racing to make sense of the impossible. The reality of their situation crashed upon him like a wave, dragging him into a whirlpool of despair. The air thickened with the stench of sulfur, and a hot wind swept through, carrying the screams of the damned. The shadows coalesced into monstrous forms, grotesque and terrifying, each one a reflection of mankind's darkest fears. There was no turning back. The time for action had come. The soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, and a battle cry erupted, a mix of terror and defiance. The clash that followed tore through the sky like lightning, a maelstrom of chaos and bravery. Men and women fought side by side, their hearts pounding with adrenaline. Jonathan swung his sword, feeling the weight of his ancestors behind him. Each strike was a vow to honor those who had fallen before him, each breath a reminder of the fragile line between life and death. Miriam moved amongst the fighters, her instincts kicking in. She called out encouragement, her voice rising above the din. "We fight for each other. We fight for our homes." Her spirit shone bright, igniting a flicker of hope in the eyes of those around her. But as she dodged a monstrous claw that swiped through the air, doubt crept in again. How could they possibly triumph over such darkness? The battle raged, a symphony of clashing steel and desperate shouts, under a sky that seemed to weep for the souls caught in the turmoil. Each warrior fought with the ferocity of the desperate, knowing that failure meant annihilation. The shadows, relentless and monstrous, surged forward, their ghastly forms more than just physical beings. They embodied the weight of every sin, every regret, every fear that humanity had ever known. But amidst the chaos, a glimmer of light emerged. A group of soldiers, led by an enigmatic figure cloaked in shimmering white, charged forward. They moved with grace and purpose, and their very presence seemed to push back the tide of darkness. Could these be the harbingers of hope, the ones foretold in the ancient texts? The crowd rallied, their spirits ignited by the sight, yet the shadows only grew more ferocious, as if sensing their fear and feeding on it. Jonathan pushed forward, his sword raised high, determined to reach the figure. He felt the pull of something greater, a purpose that transcended the battlefield. Miriam, too, felt it, drawing strength from an unknown source, as if the very earth beneath them urged them on. Together, they fought, their hearts synchronized with the pulse of the land, their souls intertwined with the destiny unfolding around them. But just as they reached the figure, a deafening roar pierced the air, followed by a blinding flash that illuminated the darkness. The shadows writhed in agony, yet they regrouped, relentless in their pursuit of chaos. Jonathan and Miriam stood side by side, breathless and battered, but a newfound determination coursed through them. They would not stand idly by while the world crumbled. The battle was far from over. It was only just beginning. The great city of Babylon lay draped in a heavy silence, its towering walls looming like ancient sentinels, whispering tales of glory and despair. One could almost hear the echoes of laughter and celebration that once filled its streets, now replaced by a somber tension that pressed down like an impending storm. It was a moment poised on the edge of calamity, where the pulse of the city quickened with the promise of reckoning. In the dim light of dusk, shadows danced across the cracked stone, hinting at the forthcoming chaos. The people of Babylon, once brimming with pride, now felt an unavoidable dread creeping into their hearts. The air was thick with the scent of impending doom, a bitter reminder of the judgment that loomed just beyond the horizon. The vibrant marketplace, filled with merchants and traders, had grown eerily quiet, as if even the lively banter of the crowd sensed the weight of fate hanging over them. On the outskirts, at the banks of the Euphrates River, a lone figure stood, gazing at the water's surface with eyes clouded by visions of destruction. The man, a Babylonian priest, could feel the very fabric of his city was unraveling. He recalled the prophecy whispered in the temple. Babylon, the jewel of the ancient world, would fall to its own excesses and hubris. It was a prophecy that haunted him, filling his nights with restless dreams and his days with a gnawing unease. As night fell, the gates of Babylon creaked open, not to welcome foreign dignitaries or trade caravans, but to allow a flood of soldiers from a rival empire. The Medes and Persians, their hearts steeled by the promise of conquest, crept forward like shadows in the night. An uneasy alliance between these two formidable powers had formed, fueled by a shared desire to topple the once indomitable Babylon. Their footsteps were silent but resolute, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the city. Inside, the grand palace where the king feasted with his lords seemed a world apart from the encroaching danger. Laughter echoed against the marble walls, filled with the clinking of goblets and the sweet notes of music. But beneath the surface, the tension simmered. Servants moved with an anxious energy, casting wary glances toward the windows, as if they could sense the unraveling of the very tapestry of power that cloaked their king in false security. Among the revelers was a young woman named Ishtar, her beauty rivaling the very stars that twinkled in the night sky. She danced with abandon, yet her heart drummed to a rhythm of anxiety. The tales of the priest echoed in her mind, tales she had dismissed as old superstitions. Yet tonight, as she twirled beneath shimmering chandeliers, the laughter felt hollow, the music a mere prelude to the silence that would follow. In the distance, the first tremors of chaos began to pulse through the city. A distant horn blared, a sound that shattered the festive atmosphere like glass. Panic spread like wildfire as the realization dawned. The enemy was at the gates. The revelers stumbled, laughter dying in their throats, replaced by shouts of alarm and cries of despair. The king, once a figure of formidable power, now sat frozen, his goblet slipping from his fingers, shattering on the floor, a mirror reflecting the crumbling empire. The soldiers surged forward, a wave of iron and fury, crashing against the walls of Babylon. The sound of metal clashing against stone echoed ominously, a harsh symphony heralding the end. The walls, which had stood for centuries, now bore the weight of betrayal and hubris. Babylon had grown fat and complacent, ensnared in its own excesses, blind to the cracks forming beneath its golden surface. As the gates fell to the onslaught, the city erupted into chaos. Shouts mingled with the sharp clang of swords and the desperate cries of its people. It was a violent ballet, a raw display of humanity stripped bare of its pretense. Ishtar found herself swept into the tide of panic, her heart racing as she searched for a way out of the madness. She could see the fear in the eyes of those around her, a reflection of her own dread. The very streets she once danced upon had turned into a maze of shadows and uncertainty. Within the palace, the king rallied his guards, shouting commands that were lost in the din of battle. His voice, once a symbol of authority, now trembled with desperation. As he gazed upon the chaos unfolding outside, visions of a mighty empire crumbling flickered before him. Babylon, the center of culture and power, was on the brink of ruin, and he could do nothing to stop it. The river, once a lifeline, now surged with the remnants of a broken city. Bodies floated downstream, stories cut short by the merciless tide of history. The priest stood by the water's edge, watching with a heavy heart as the weight of prophecy unfolded before his eyes. It was not merely a city that was falling. It was the embodiment of an idea, a civilization that had spent centuries building its foundation upon pride and excess, now crumbling like dust before the wind. As the night deepened, the chaos intertwined with an eerie stillness that blanketed the remnants of what once was. Babylon was becoming a ghost town, a memory fading into darkness. A city that had reached for the stars, now grasping only shadows. Yet even in this despair, a flicker of hope lingered, a possibility of rebirth that lay hidden in the ashes of destruction. The flames of judgment flickered in the distance, illuminating the broken remnants of a proud empire. And as the dawn approached, casting a pale light over the ruins, the echoes of judgment reverberated through the land, foretelling a new chapter waiting to be written. The story of Babylon was not merely one of ruin. It was a tale woven with the threads of ambition, pride, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. A story that would not end with the fall but would transform into something new, something unforeseen. The sun's first rays pierced the horizon, casting golden light upon the ruins, as the city that once epitomized grandeur lay silent, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The air shimmered with anticipation, a palpable electric hum that coursed through the waiting crowd. People gathered from every corner of the earth, their faces flushed with joy and excitement, their hearts beating in unison. This was no ordinary celebration. This was a moment that had been long awaited, a culmination of hope and longing, a testament to the triumph over darkness. It was the marriage of the Lamb, a sacred union that promised an everlasting joy, a festive gathering that would echo through eternity. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm golden glow over the gathering, laughter and music swelled, filling the space with an intoxicating melody. The bride stood at the center, adorned in radiant white, her gown sparkling with the light of countless stars. She was the embodiment of purity and grace, a vision that made the very heavens pause in reverence. Her eyes shone with the brilliance of 1,000 suns, reflecting a journey marked by trials, but now leading to a celebration of victory. She was not just any bride. She was the culmination of a promise, the living testament of faith and resilience. Surrounding her were the guests, figures representing every nation, tribe, and tongue. Their faces bore the marks of countless stories, some aged and wise, others youthful and exuberant. Every wrinkle spoke of a life lived, every smile told of a battle fought and won. Together, they formed a vibrant tapestry of humanity, woven together by a shared history of hope and redemption. The atmosphere was charged, echoing with the whispers of old prophecies and the sweet songs of salvation. As the music crescendoed, a hush fell over the crowd, and all eyes turned toward the horizon. There he was, the Lamb, riding forth in glory. Clothed in a robe dipped in blood, his countenance shone brighter than any star, radiating peace and authority. The air thickened with awe. A collective gasp rose as he approached, the very embodiment of love and sacrifice. Each step he took resonated with the promise of a new beginning, a fresh dawn breaking over a world weary of night. The moment was electric, a heartbeat in time that seemed to stretch forever. As he drew near, the crowd erupted into a symphony of praise, voices blending together in joyous harmony. It was a sound that transcended language, a universal expression of gratitude and adoration. The tears flowed freely, not of sorrow but of overwhelming joy. It was a celebration that shook the foundations of heaven and earth, a divine punctuation to years of waiting and yearning. And then the moment arrived. The Lamb and his bride met in the center of the gathering, a magnetic pull that seemed to draw every soul closer. It was an unexpected yet perfect union, a fusion of love that transcended all understanding. As they embraced, the heavens opened wide, pouring forth a cascade of brilliance that illuminated the scene. The colors danced like flames, blending in a heavenly palette that no artist could ever replicate. The very essence of joy filled the air, as if the universe itself was rejoicing in this sacred union. Yet, there was an undercurrent to the celebration, a reminder of the battles that had been fought. The scars of history lay beneath the surface, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The struggles faced were many, but here, in this moment, they felt small against the backdrop of victory. The joy felt heavier, richer, because it was born out of sacrifice and perseverance. Each laugh echoed with the memories of those who had come before, who had paved the way for this moment, their legacy alive in every heartbeat of the crowd. As the festivities continued, stories began to unfold, each one a thread in the intricate fabric of history. Voices rose in song, recounting tales of ancient prophets who had envisioned this day. The faithful who had dared to dream against all odds sang of their journeys, their struggles, their sacrifices. They spoke of valleys of shadow, the age-old battles against despair and doubt. Each story was a reminder of the power of faith, of hope that had bloomed even in the darkest of nights. In one corner, a group of children danced with abandon, their laughter ringing out like chimes in the wind. Each twirl and leap was a declaration of joy, a testament to innocence and untainted hope. They were the future, the promise that life would continue to flourish, that love would conquer all. They danced around the bride, their pure hearts reflecting the unblemished light surrounding her. Then, with a sudden swell, the atmosphere shifted. The mood intensified as the Lamb lifted his hands, beckoning silence. The crowd paused, anticipation hanging heavily in the air. In that moment, a deep truth seemed to seep into every crevice of their beings, the understanding that with victory came responsibility. The Lamb's gaze was piercing yet filled with love, a call to action that resonated deeply within each soul. It was an invitation not just to celebrate but to participate in the unfolding story of redemption. The heavens rumbled gently as the Lamb spoke, his voice echoing with authority and compassion. "This is but the beginning," he proclaimed. "From this day forward, you are called to carry the light into the shadows, to be bearers of hope in a world still aching for healing." Each word wrapped around the listeners like a warm embrace, stirring something profound within them. They felt the weight of his words, the seriousness of the charge, yet it was underlined with an unwavering promise of support. As his voice lingered in the air, the crowd began to pulse with an intensity that felt almost tangible. It was a declaration of unity, a shared commitment to stand together. The bride took a step forward, her heart swelling with courage. She was no longer just a symbol. She was part of something larger than herself, a community bound by love and purpose. The realization washed over the attendees like a wave, and together they raised their voices again, this time in a collective roar of determination. In that moment, the celebration transformed. It became a rallying cry, a fusion of joy and purpose. The air crackled with energy, the promise of new beginnings pulsing through every heart. The marriage of the Lamb was not merely a culmination. It was a launchpad, a call to celebrate but also to act. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the gathering, they stood together, united in victory and ready to face the world beyond. Their hearts intertwined in a tapestry of love, hope, and unwavering faith. The sky darkened, swirling with ominous clouds that seemed to thicken the air, as if the very heavens were holding its breath. A hush fell over the land, an electric anticipation crackling in the atmosphere, as the long-awaited moment approached. In the distance, a figure emerged, breaking through the gloom, riding with an air of authority that sent shivers down spines. This was no ordinary rider. This was the rider on the white horse, a symbol of hope, vengeance, and divine promise, a sight that sent hearts racing and spirits soaring with unspeakable emotion. As the rider drew closer, the world stood still. Time itself seemed to pause, allowing the scene to unfold with a breathtaking intensity. Clad in robes that gleamed like freshly fallen snow, the rider's face was hidden beneath a veil of brilliance, an aura so radiant it was blinding. His eyes, however, shone like twin stars piercing through the darkness, a gaze that felt like it could see into the depths of one's soul. This was a moment that had been foretold for generations, a moment where faith met reality, where the promises of ages past were about to collide with the present. Behind him, a mighty army followed, warriors clad in shimmering armor that caught the light of the setting sun, their banners snapping in the wind. Each face was a reflection of courage and resolve, each heart pounding with the rhythm of justice and righteousness. They were not here to wage war for the sake of power. They were here to reclaim what had been lost, to restore balance to a world that had long spiraled into chaos. Their battle cries echoed like thunder, reverberating through the valleys and mountains, igniting a fire of hope in the hearts of the weary. The air crackled with energy, a promise of rebirth and restoration mingled with the fear of judgment. People from all walks of life stared in awe, caught between terror and exhilaration. The poor and the rich, the broken and the whole, all felt the weight of this moment. Every heart clamored for understanding, for a glimpse of what this second coming would mean. Would it bring salvation or destruction? Would it heal their wounds or lay bare the scars of their past? As the rider neared, the earth trembled beneath the hooves of his majestic steed, a creature so white it seemed to absorb the darkness surrounding it. The hooves struck the ground with a sound that resonated like a heartbeat, a rhythm both fierce and calming, a reminder that life continues amidst the chaos. With every step, the air thickened with the promise of change, a change that could wipe the slate clean or ignite the fires of judgment. The world watched, breathing in the moment, hearts racing, as the rider raised his hand. The gesture was simple yet profound, an invitation and a command all at once. It was a call to arms for the faithful and a warning to the wicked. In that instant, the heavens opened, pouring forth light so brilliant it banished the shadows. A divine voice echoed, resonating within the very bones of the earth, proclaiming victory over despair, justice over injustice. Even those who had long turned their backs felt a stirring in their spirits, an awakening they could not explain. It was as if the essence of faith itself was reaching out, touching even the coldest hearts. Memories flooded back, of laughter, of love, of faith once held tightly. Hope flickered like a candle in the wind, refusing to be extinguished, even as darkness threatened to engulf it. Yet, beneath the surface of this divine spectacle, there was an undercurrent of tension. Shadows lurked at the edges, whispers of doubt and fear weaving through the hearts of the faithful. Would they be deemed worthy? Would their past mistakes condemn them to the fate of the lost? Questions raced through minds, intertwining with fervent prayers for mercy and forgiveness. A sudden clash broke the stillness like a crack of lightning. From the opposing side, a dark figure emerged, cloaked in despair, riding a steed as black as the void. The contrast was stark. The rider on the white horse stood as a beacon of hope, while the dark rider represented everything that had led humanity astray. With each heartbeat, the tension mounted, a collision of light and dark that could not be avoided. The dark rider raised a hand, summoning forces that had been lying in wait, hungry for chaos. The ground shook ominously, the sky split with flashes of lightning, and a storm brewed that mirrored the turmoil in the hearts of mankind. The clash of wills was palpable, a cosmic battle played out in a visceral, emotional theater where every soul felt they were a part of the unfolding drama. The shimmering army, led by the radiant rider, charged forward. Their battle cries were not just sounds. They were prayers, chants of hope echoed through the valleys, igniting the spirits of all who heard them. Courage surged within the faithful, emboldening them to stand against the tide of darkness. They remembered the promises whispered through the ages, the tales of valor that lit a fire in their hearts. In that moment of confrontation, the air thickened with emotion. The ground became a battlefield not just for bodies but for souls. Each strike, each shout was a declaration of faith, a refusal to surrender to despair. The light of the rider seemed to push back against the darkness, illuminating the truth that lay beneath the chaos, a truth that reminded them of their worth, their potential for redemption. As the battle raged, the tension soared, emotions crackling like the very lightning that split the sky. The fate of the world hung in the balance. Would the light prevail, or would darkness snuff it out? Each heartbeat echoed the age-old struggle between good and evil, a theme that resonated through history and across cultures, now playing out on this grand stage. The rider on the white horse pressed on, a symbol of unwavering strength. As he galloped forward, the world held its breath, caught in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. With every step, every charge, the boundaries between heaven and earth blurred, and the ultimate truth of the cosmos began to reveal itself, a truth that would change everything. Here, in this moment, history felt alive, throbbing with anticipation, as the story of redemption unfolded before their very eyes. A vast silence engulfed the scene, oppressive yet strangely serene, as the crowd of souls gathered before the great white throne. Expectation hung thick in the air, a palpable mix of dread and hope. It was a moment like no other, where time itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable. The throne rose majestically, gleaming with an unearthly light that pierced through the shadows of uncertainty. It was as if the universe itself had paused, preparing for the most consequential event in the history of existence. Onlookers stood in perfect stillness, a mosaic of expressions that told stories of their past. Some faces shone with an inner glow, radiating peace. Others were twisted in anguish, haunted by regrets that clawed at their souls. Each person was an echo of choices made, a testament to lives lived. The whispers of 1,000 hearts filled the air, a cacophony of desires, fears, and longings, all culminating in this one fateful moment. A trumpet's blare shattered the stillness, its sound reverberating through the void, heralding the arrival of the one who would sit in judgment. The atmosphere crackled with energy. Among the crowd, a mother wept silently, clutching her child, whose innocent face seemed unaware of the gravity surrounding them. Nearby, a man stood rigid, his once proud form now a shadow of despair, wrestling with the choices that had led him here. Regrets and memories danced like phantoms around them, reminding everyone of the lives they had lived. As the figure approached the throne, a divine aura enveloped them. The radiance was blinding yet comforting, a warmth that seemed to reach into the very core of those who beheld it. The air thickened with anticipation, each heartbeat resonating like the ticking of a clock, counting down to the moment of truth. In the stillness, even the whispers of the wind hushed, as if afraid to disturb the sacred atmosphere. The one on the throne manifested with an authority that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Eyes like burning coals pierced the gathered souls, seeing into the depths of their very being, unearthing truths long buried. It was a gaze that held no judgment yet offered everything. It was a mirror reflecting the essence of each person present, exposing their joys and sorrows, hopes and disappointments. For a fleeting moment, there was a sense of unity among the crowd. They shared a bond of humanity, each aware that they had all walked paths marked by triumphs and failures. But as the first name was called, the tranquility shattered, replaced by a rising tide of anxiety. A man stepped forward, his hands trembling, as the weight of his life bore down on him. He recalled moments of kindness, but also harsh words, betrayals, and neglect. Each step he took felt like walking through a fog of memories, some bright and some that left scars on his heart. The voice that spoke was like thunder and melody combined, reverberating through every soul present. You are here to bear witness to your own truth. The room shuddered as the man's life flashed before him, a vivid reel of his actions unfurling in an instant. He watched, shocked, as he relived moments he had long forgotten, the good and the bad intertwined in a bittersweet dance. As the judgment unfolded, the crowd swelled with emotion. Tears flowed freely from the eyes of those who recognized their own stories mirrored in his. Each person grappled with their own realities, the mistakes they wished they could erase, and the love they wished they had shared. But the man at the center didn't just see his failures. He witnessed the grace extended to him in moments of compassion, the laughter shared with friends, the joy of a child's smile. All of it played out like a divine symphony, each note resonating with the essence of his existence. You are accountable, the voice thundered once more, but you are also loved. The weight of that statement hung in the air, a profound truth that some grasped while others recoiled in fear. The crowd held its breath, awaiting the verdict that would determine the fate of this man. Would he be cast into the abyss, or would he find redemption? As he received his judgment, gasps echoed through the gathering. The sense of relief and despair among the people was tangible, shifting like the tides. Each soul was left to ponder their own judgment, their own reckoning lurking just beyond the veil. With every passing moment, the tension mounted, the air thickening with every new name called. A woman's voice trembled as her name resounded through the silence. She stepped forward, a wave of sorrow washing over her as the memories of her life unfolded. The mistakes, the moments of fleeting happiness, and the echoes of laughter fought against the shadows of her deepest regrets. As her life played out, she felt her heart race, a whirlwind of emotions swirling inside her. She had once been a beacon of hope for many, but her own doubts had led her astray. The throne gleamed brighter still, illuminating the faces of those gathered around. Souls stood shoulder to shoulder, grappling with their own imminent judgments, hearts racing in unison as they faced the storm of their own lives. The great white throne seemed to transcend time, binding together past, present, and an uncertain future. The air grew electric, anticipation crackling like lightning, as each scrape of a foot against the ground echoed the heartbeat of humanity itself. With every name called, the cycle of judgment continued, an unending flow of lives intertwining, destinies shifting, and souls colliding. The great white throne became a pulpit of truth, revealing not only the darkness but also the light that flickered within. Each moment hung like a pendulum, poised between hope and despair, allowing every heart to feel the weight of its own choices. As the procession of souls continued, the gravity of judgment lingered in the atmosphere, heavy and unyielding. The brightness of the throne cast long shadows, stretching into the unknown, beckoning the next soul forward, while simultaneously drawing the others into a realm of contemplation. They stood on the precipice of eternity, waiting, hearts racing, souls laid bare, under the watchful gaze of divine justice. The story did not end here. It spiraled onward, weaving through the fabric of existence itself, a tapestry of choices, revelations, and the unending quest for redemption. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting orange and gold colors across a landscape that was once barren but now pulsed with life. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers, their vibrant hues splashing against the backdrop of an endless sky. As the last rays of sunlight kissed the earth, it felt as if everything was being reborn, a whisper of hope in a world aching for relief. In this place, the remnants of an old world faded into memory. Once, shadows of despair loomed like heavy clouds, casting darkness over the hearts of the weary. Cities had crumbled, and nature had taken back what was once hers. Vines draped over the ruins of stone walls, reclaiming the land with a fierce tenderness. But here, in the glow of twilight, something miraculous was unfolding. An awakening, a restoration. Families gathered in small communities, their laughter echoing through the air as children chased one another, their giggles harmonizing with the soft rustle of leaves. Old stories were shared around flickering fires, tales filled with courage and resilience. Each word was a thread weaving a tapestry of shared history, binding the past with a promise for a brighter tomorrow. There was a sense of unity, an unbreakable bond forged through struggle and survival. People who once walked alone now found strength in each other, their spirits intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees surrounding them. Among them was a woman named Alara. Her heart bore the weight of loss, but in the gentle glow of the evening, hope flickered within her. She had lost so much: a husband, a home, and dreams that seemed forever out of reach. Yet, as she watched her son, Leo, running with abandon, she felt the stirring of something new within her. It was as if the very earth beneath their feet was breathing, whispering promises of renewal and sanctuary. Alara remembered the old stories her grandmother told her, tales of a time when the world flourished, filled with vibrant colors and harmonious melodies. Those days felt like a distant dream, yet that evening, the air hummed with the echoes of that forgotten beauty. It was as if the very fabric of existence was shifting, pulling them towards a future that shimmered with possibility. A figure approached, an elder named Tobias, known for his wisdom and grace. His silver hair glowed in the fading light, and as he spoke, a serene calm enveloped everyone around the fire. "In every end, there is a beginning," he said, his voice rich with emotion. "Like the flowers that bloom after the harshest winter, we too shall rise from the ashes of our past." Each word seemed to tug at the heartstrings, stirring a sense of longing for what could be, what might be on the horizon. As night fell, the stars pierced the darkness, twinkling like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. Alara gazed upward, tears glistening in her eyes. She could see a future stitched together by hope, love, and the unwavering spirit of humanity. The old world had crumbled, but in its place, a new one was being forged. A new heaven and new earth, brimming with promise. But beneath this surface of joy, a tension lingered like an uninvited guest. The past still loomed, and remnants of pain and loss whispered through the stillness. There were those who had not yet embraced this hope, shadows who wandered the edges of the community. They carried burdens unseen, hearts heavy with grief that had not yet transformed into healing. Alara knew this all too well, having walked that path herself. One such figure emerged from the darkness, a man named Kale. His shoulders were hunched, and his eyes were filled with a storm of sorrow. He had watched his family perish in the chaos of the old world, and the light of hope had dimmed within him. As he stood at the edge of the gathering, uncertainty danced in his heart. He longed for connection but was terrified of the vulnerability it demanded. Alara sensed his struggle. She had been there, trapped in the shadows of her own grief. As she approached, the air crackled with tension. "You are not alone," she said, her voice steady but soft. "We have all endured loss, but here we can rebuild together." Kale's gaze met hers, and in that moment, a flicker of understanding passed between them. A reminder that they were not defined by their past, but by their willingness to embrace the future. As the night deepened, the fire crackled, casting dancing shadows that played against the trees. Stories flowed like the warm breeze, and laughter ignited the air as people shared their dreams, their hopes for a world unblemished by pain. With each word, the ties that bound them grew stronger, weaving a fabric of community that seemed impervious to despair. Yet, as dawn approached, a sense of urgency crept in. Alara felt a stirring in her soul, a call to action. The new heaven and new earth were not merely visions to behold. They were realities to be forged by their hands. With each sunrise, a new chance awaited them. The possibility of true restoration rested not just in the beauty of the land, but in their willingness to confront the shadows of their hearts. The day broke with a brilliant explosion of light, bathing the world in warmth. As the sun rose, it illuminated the paths ahead, beckoning everyone forward. The community gathered once more, their hearts beating as one, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Alara felt the tides of change surging within her, urging her to take that first step into the unknown, a step fraught with both hope and fear. Tobias stood among them, an anchor of strength. "We stand on the brink of a new chapter," he said, his voice resonating with conviction. "Together, we will carve our destiny, shaping the landscape of our lives with love and resilience. Let us not forget the stories of the past, for they will guide us as we forge a path filled with promise." And so, under the watchful gaze of the sun, they took their first steps into this new world, hands clasped and hearts intertwined. The air was electric with anticipation, a symphony of emotions that pulled them ever forward. The journey had just begun, but the promise of restoration and hope hung in the air like the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, waiting to be embraced with open arms. A golden light spilled from the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues and casting long shadows that danced over the ancient stones of the city. The New Jerusalem, gleaming and radiant, stood as a beacon of hope against the backdrop of a world often shrouded in despair. It whispered promises of eternal life, love unyielding, and a community bound not by blood, but by the unwavering spirit of unity. Each towering wall of this heavenly city was crafted from precious gemstones, each stone a story, each facet a dream. Rubies, sapphires, and emeralds sparkled under the sun's warm embrace, catching the eye and igniting the soul. The foundations were laid with the strength of faith, a testament to the countless prayers offered through ages past. Here, in this sacred space, shadows of doubt were dissolved in the brilliance of divine light, and hearts once heavy with sorrow soared with the possibility of renewal. As the sun began to set, casting a soft glow over the city, the air shimmered with anticipation. People gathered in the streets, their faces lit with an otherworldly joy, laughter ringing like sweet music. Each resident of this new paradise carried with them the weight of their past, suffering, loss, and regret. But here, they were transformed. The burdens that once shackled them were lifted, replaced with an overwhelming sense of belonging. In this vibrant city, there were no gates barring entry, no walls that separated one soul from another. The sounds of children playing echoed through the air, their laughter a melody of innocence. They ran freely, chasing shimmering butterflies that flitted about like tiny harbingers of joy. Elders smiled, their faces etched with wisdom and kindness, witnessing the beauty of life renewed. Hand in hand, families strolled through the streets, sharing stories that resonated with laughter and tears, their voices weaving a tapestry of connection that transcended generations. The scent of glorious feasts wafted through the area, inviting everyone to partake in the bounty of love and fellowship. Tables adorned with a cornucopia of fruits, grains, and freshly baked bread were set under the gentle glow of lanterns, illuminating the faces of those gathered. Each meal shared was a celebration, a reminder that in this city, nobody went hungry and everyone's voice mattered. But even amidst the laughter and joy, there lingered a reverent hush, a sense of awe that wrapped around the crowd like a warm embrace. For at the center of the New Jerusalem stood a magnificent throne, untouched by time, radiant with a light that seemed to pulse with life itself. The figure seated upon it was radiant, cloaked in robes of flowing white, an embodiment of peace and love, drawing the gaze of everyone present. This was not just a ruler. This was a promise fulfilled, a living testament to the dreams of countless hearts. As the figure raised a hand, a hush fell over the crowd. The air crackled with anticipation, hearts pounding with hope. "Look around you," the voice resonated, smooth and comforting, wrapping around the gathered souls like a gentle caress. "You are home. You are loved. Here, every tear has been wiped away, every heart healed. Embrace one another, for this is your eternal life, a life of purpose and joy." A wave of emotion surged through the crowd, igniting hearts and igniting tears of relief and gratitude. People embraced, some laughing, some weeping, as they experienced a catharsis unlike anything they had known before. The walls that had confined them to their fears and regrets crumbled, and in their place, a new foundation of love and acceptance arose. Yet, as the light of day began to fade, a distinct tension crept in, threading itself through the fabric of this paradise. Whispers of doubt lingered in the corners of the hearts that had found refuge, reminders of the struggles they had left behind. What if this was a fleeting moment? What if the darkness returned to claim them? And just as quickly as those thoughts emerged, a soft, reverberating sound filled the air, like a distant echo of thunder. It was a clarion call to remember the strength they possessed, the love they had cultivated. The figure on the throne remained still and watchful, a quiet strength radiating, as if sensing the uncertainty that swirled around the gathering. "Fear not, for this city is built not just of stones, but of your dreams, your love, your faith," the voice declared, bringing forth a swell of hope once more. "You have the power to shape this place. The love you share will protect it. The faith you hold will sustain it. This is not merely a sanctuary from the world. It is a reflection of what you can create together." The crowd stirred, hearts swelling with the weight of this truth. The golden light began to deepen, casting longer shadows as the first stars twinkled to life overhead. With every heartbeat, they felt the power of their collective spirit, their dreams mingling with the eternal promise of new life. And as the night deepened, one by one, they began to share their stories. From the tragedies that had shaped them to the hopes that guided them, each voice rose like a flame, illuminating the path forward. The air vibrated with emotion, rich with laughter and sorrow, each word adding to the tapestry of their shared existence. In this moment, they realized that the New Jerusalem was not just a place. It was a state of being, where the past no longer defined them, and the future was a canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of their collective love. As they spoke and listened, the city pulsed with life, each heartbeat echoing the promise of tomorrow. And so, as the moon rose high above, casting a silver glow upon the city, they stood together, united in purpose and spirit, ready to embrace whatever came next. For in the New Jerusalem, each dawn was a new beginning, each heartbeat a hymn of hope, and each shared moment a brushstroke in the masterpiece of eternity. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the world, a reminder that day always gives way to night. Just as the sun would rise again, so too did an unshakable promise linger in the hearts of believers, a promise that echoed through centuries. Christ would return. This hope, a flickering flame of anticipation, ignited centuries of faith, action, and enduring strength. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, where the whispers of ancient prophecies danced on the lips of the devout, a sense of urgency hung in the air. The disciples gathered, their hearts pounding as they recalled the words of Jesus. "I will come back." Each word, a thread woven into the fabric of their lives, reminded them that they weren't just waiting in vain. The shadows of the past felt alive with expectation, as if the very stones of the city could speak of the promises made long ago. Centuries turned like pages in a book, and still, the message spread like wildfire. In the catacombs beneath Rome, where early Christians gathered in secret, the flicker of candlelight illuminated their faces, reflecting both fear and fervor. They clung to the promise of Christ's return, even as they faced persecution. With every prayer whispered into the dark, they felt a bond with generations before them, a connection to the promise that fueled their courage. "Behold, he will come on the clouds," they would murmur, their voices rising like incense to the heavens. The promise reached the shores of distant lands as missionaries set sail, propelled not by maps or compasses, but by hope. In Africa, Asia, and the Americas, believers stood beneath vast skies, feeling the weight of their ancestors' faith upon their shoulders. They spoke of a Savior who would return, a liberator who would set all things right. The sound of their voices rose, a powerful chorus of hope echoing through valleys and mountains, resonating in the hearts of those who yearned for justice and peace. As history marched onward, the world faced turmoil. Wars erupted, nations crumbled, and despair threatened to snuff out the light of faith. Yet in the darkest hours, the promise shimmered like a beacon, guiding believers through the storm. The pages of history turned with the ink of sacrifice and resilience. The martyrs who faced lions in the Colosseum, the reformers who dared to challenge oppression, all fueled by the unwavering belief in Christ's triumphant return. In the midst of the chaos, there were moments when hope felt like a threadbare tapestry, frayed at the edges. Yet, the stories of ordinary people kept the promise alive. In small towns, in whispered prayers at kitchen tables, in the laughter of children playing in sunlit fields. These were the quiet reminders that Christ's return was not just a future event. It was a present reality. The warmth of community and the love shared among believers became a living testament to the promise they all cherished. As the years rolled into decades, and decades into centuries, the anticipation grew. In the quiet of the night, as believers lay in their beds, the thought of Christ's return wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. They imagined the moment when the sky would split open, the trumpet would sound, and all of creation would witness the glorious return of the King. It was a thought that sent shivers down their spines, filling them with both awe and joy, a visceral reminder that this life was not the end, but merely a prelude to something extraordinary. On the fringes of history, in the midst of societal upheaval, there were movements that sparked hope, revivals that swept across continents, awakening hearts and reigniting faith. The promise of Christ's return became a rallying cry, bringing together those who had been divided by walls of doubt and fear. They gathered in stadiums, in open fields, and in churches, raising their voices in unison, proclaiming that the King would come again. The air crackled with energy as passionate speakers shared the good news, their words igniting flames of hope in the hearts of those who listened. Every testimony, every act of kindness, every moment of compassion was a reminder that the promise was alive, vibrant, and ever-present. Yet, amidst the fervor, questions lingered. How long would they wait? Would they see the day when the promise would be fulfilled? It was in these moments of uncertainty that the true essence of faith shone brightest. Like a candle flickering in the dark, they held onto the promise, finding strength in their shared belief. Each believer became a living testament to the hope that transcended time, a hope that bound them together in an unbreakable chain. As the dawn broke over centuries of waiting, hearts remained steadfast, pulsating with the rhythm of expectation. In cities and villages, in the hearts of young and old alike, the promise of Christ's return echoed louder. It became a song, a melody that lingered in the air, inspiring dreams and igniting imaginations. With every sunrise, they were reminded that the story was still being written. The promise wasn't just about an event in the future. It was about transformation in the present. It was about living each day with purpose, embodying love, and sharing hope with a world hungry for light. And so, they continued to wait, not with passive resignation, but with active engagement, pouring love into their communities, lifting each other up, and dreaming of the day when they would see their Savior face to face. The promise of Christ's return filled their hearts with a contagious joy, an unshakable conviction that their waiting was not in vain. Even as they faced trials, the weight of their burdens grew lighter in the light of hope. Each moment of despair was met with a flicker of encouragement, a reminder that they were part of a grand story that stretched across time and space, a story that was far from over. And as the world turned, the promise lingered, an eternal echo that would not be silenced, beckoning the faithful onward into the unknown, into the glorious future that awaited them. With hearts aflame and eyes wide open, they continued to look toward the horizon, waiting for the day when faith would become sight, and the promise would be fulfilled. The air in the dimly lit room was thick with anticipation, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. In the flickering candlelight, shadows danced, twisting history and theology into a tapestry of intrigue. Outside, the world continued its relentless march, but here, time seemed to stand still. What lay ahead was not merely a collection of thoughts, but a profound exploration of the Book of Revelation and its gripping implications for humanity today. As the pages turned, the weight of ancient words filled the atmosphere with a palpable tension. The Book of Revelation, written by John on the isolated island of Patmos around 95 AD, had long haunted the minds of believers and skeptics alike. It was a text rich with vivid imagery, beasts, angels, and apocalyptic visions that stirred the imagination of countless generations. Yet, it was not just a relic of the past. It echoed through time, speaking to the very core of what it means to hope, to fear, and to seek understanding in a chaotic world. In the early days of Christianity, believers gathered in secret, their hearts racing with the thrill of danger and the promise of salvation. They saw in John's words not just a warning of impending doom, but a beacon of hope, a light in the dark. The symbols of the 7 seals, the 4 horsemen, and the New Jerusalem were more than metaphors. They were a lifeline to those who felt abandoned in the trials of life. The theological implications were profound, sparking debates that would ripple through history, shaping the beliefs of countless followers. The concept of divine judgment found in Revelation resonates deeply with humanity. It ignites a flicker of fear and a longing for redemption. The message of the ultimate victory of good over evil continues to resonate in tumultuous times. As people grapple with their own struggles, wars, natural disasters, personal tragedies, they find themselves drawn back to this ancient text, seeking clarity and comfort. The promise of a new creation, where sorrow and pain will be no more, is a thread woven through the fabric of faith, pulling at the hearts of many. As centuries passed, interpretations of these potent visions flourished. The early church fathers, such as Augustine, viewed Revelation through the lens of spiritual warfare, emphasizing the internal battles faced by each believer. Later, reformers like Martin Luther interpreted it in light of their struggles against corruption within the church. Each era imposed its own context onto the text, and in doing so, it transformed the very essence of how Revelation was understood. The text became a mirror reflecting the fears, hopes, and aspirations of the times. The narratives contained within Revelation resonate not only with the individual but also with the collective experience of humankind. The struggle between light and darkness, the constant battle of good against evil, these themes are not confined to the pages of Scripture. They pulse through the veins of history itself. Whether in the face of tyranny, oppression, or existential uncertainty, people continue to search for meaning amidst the chaos. Revelation stands as a testament to the resilience of faith, a reminder that, despite the storm, there is always the promise of peace. In the modern world, as technology rapidly evolves and the pace of life accelerates, the messages of Revelation seem more relevant than ever. The digital age, with its endless streams of information, can create a sense of despair and disconnection. However, within the apocalyptic visions, many see warnings about the consequences of turning away from spiritual truths. The imagery of the mark of the beast takes on new meanings, prompting discussions about identity, consumerism, and the influences that bind humanity. The emotional pull of Revelation lies also in its call for perseverance. The letters to the 7 churches are not mere historical footnotes. They are a challenge to the contemporary believer. Each message speaks to fundamental questions. Are we standing firm in our faith? Are we letting the trials of life extinguish our hope? The implications are staggering. The church today is faced with the same dilemmas as those early Christians. The call to remain steadfast amidst persecution resonates powerfully, encouraging believers to rise above complacency and engage in the world with courage and conviction. As the candle flickers, illuminating the weighty truths waiting to be unearthed, the tension builds. The visions of the end times are both haunting and hopeful, filled with both dread and the promise of restoration. The clash of angels and demons, the final battle, fuels an urgency that stirs the soul. This isn't just about the end. It's about the beginning of something new. The implications stretch far beyond eschatology. They speak to the present urgency of living a life of faith in turbulent times. The echoes of the past mingle with the cries of the present, urging us to listen and respond. Each symbol, each prophecy, becomes a call to action, challenging believers to reflect on their lives and their commitment to a faith that refuses to be silenced. The emotional journey through Revelation is not just an intellectual exercise. It's a raw, visceral experience that demands engagement. As the discussions deepen, the tension of uncertainty hangs in the air. The future is unwritten, the interpretations varied, yet the longing for understanding remains universal. The theological implications are as vast as the ocean, encompassing issues of justice, mercy, and the very nature of God. They provoke deep questions about the role of humanity in the divine narrative. Where do we fit in? What is our responsibility in a world yearning for truth? And just as the candle begins to burn low, hinting at the end of this exploration, it serves as a reminder that the questions raised by Revelation are not easily answered. The narrative continues, weaving through history, capturing the hearts of those willing to engage with its layers. Each new interpretation, each new generation, adds depth to this ongoing story, leaving one breathless with anticipation. The journey through Revelation, filled with its theological implications and emotional weight, beckons the reader onward, a siren call to uncover more, to seek out the timeless truths that have echoed through the ages. Each heartbeat, each flicker of light, propels them into the next chapter of a story that is far from finished.